what the colleges are doing in terms of producing artisan skills through the course programs, colleges having trade test centers, as Buffalo's be one of those. But what we think is also key for the colleges is that we need to give artisanal skill sets. So if you look at the ecosystem, especially at the bottom, you would see that, for instance, if we take one and say, let us look at the plumbing, for instance. If you look at the plumbing, you would get different types of skills, not necessarily producing somebody that would be an artisan, but giving people skill sets within plumbing. One of the skills could be linked to renewable energy, include like maintenance of solar panels, installation of solar panels, and so on. And that skill being taken to a company, small businesses that will employ that particular person, and that person would work doing and specializing in that. Like, for instance, installation of what do you call air conditioners in government buildings and in private. So these are auxiliary skills which some of the companies, especially the mines, do not want to do this themselves. They want small businesses to do that. Now, this model, it's something that we would want to replicate also in the maritime industry, to say, how do we get young people creating their own businesses and using all these companies onshore as their clients and employing the base, because government is not creating jobs, and government would not create jobs without us as institutions building SMMEs and looking at the skills that we give to SMMEs for them to thrive. I would like you to ask you to move, jump slide 5 and 6 and go to slide 7. Now, these it's what I think Mr. Zimmerman, I think, is also in the audience, that they've developed, that enabling a policy environment. And I'm just going to leave the slides and just talk about the policy environment in our space. We have the Department of Higher Education with Q2CO accrediting most of the programs in higher education. Now, and then we've got a huge industry, even including maritime, where the accreditation bodies are sitting in other departments. And this makes it very difficult for TVET colleges in particular to work with these particular companies, because, I mean, the quality assurance bodies, we work with them, but then the funding, therefore, then does not come from the fiscus. It therefore means that we need to approach the CETAs to sustain a program. We need to approach the National Skills Fund to approach a program. And their objectives change over time, and they concentrate on different things. So we can't base a program indefinitely based on funding that is outside the fiscus, because it's not sustainable. Therefore, we need to deal with the policy environment in terms of, for instance, if somebody wants to go and become a air traffic controller, you need to go to ATNS. ATNS is outside the Department of Higher Education or QTCO. It's also within transport, but then how do the colleges participate in there and assist in giving skills? It makes it very difficult. On the curriculum side, there is something that is also very important, mentioned by Mr. Butele, is that we need to get closer to industry so that industry can assist in developing the programs with us. Because one of the things that are very problematic about relying on the institution, the department to develop curriculum is that we take too long to change the curriculum, and when we're done training people, when they get to industry, they first have to teach them to unlearn what we taught them and teach them new things. You know, just an example, at 2010, I think around 2010, 2011, I was a deputy principal corporate at one of the colleges in Gauteng. And there was a big article on Mail and Guardian about the colleges teaching young people how to write a telegram. Of course, being a head of an institution at a TVET college, I was amazed and also saying, no, we need to respond to this. This can't be true. But then I first asked our colleagues that are responsible for that particular program to say, do we really teach a telegram? They said, wait there. And they brought the curriculum from the department, and they brought the textbook. They said, here's the telegram, we are teaching it, and if they don't teach it, the students are going to fail. And that, I was amazed, because I went through school without even doing a telegram. So I think it's very important that we deal with those particular issues of getting closer to industry and ensuring that industry participate in the college's academic boards, and help us in changing this. And the other initiatives is engaging industry. At our college, we engage them, and we try and work with them and say, this is what we want to do, this is how we want to do it, and how you can assist us. If we can go to the next slide. And the career paths, I've touched a bit on the career paths when we were talking about this, the slide number 4 earlier, that one of the things that we are doing and we're not doing correct is to develop curriculums and programs in such a way that we think all our students should become employees. Most of our students should become entrepreneurs. If we're going to talk about what one of the speakers was speaking about, of transforming the sector, we have to develop entrepreneurs so that we can bring our young people into the system and do some auxiliary work that the big companies are actually expecting in the ocean economy. The partnerships and networks, what we've done, we've got a dedicated department under innovation and development. And one of the people that are running that program for us was the manager for partnership and development, is in the room, attended the conference physically. We're working very hard to build that, and we are taking her for 2 weeks for training in Turin, Italy next month, to go and learn a bit more about how do we develop these programs, how do we sustain our partnerships. But the college is doing very well in terms of the partnerships. What we are lagging, it's especially in maritime, the maritime industry. It's very difficult to get our students on the vessels. We're working with the South African Navy, amongst others. We're still trying to knock on the doors harder to work with Transnet. It's not at the level that we would want it to be, and many other companies. Some speakers have been speaking about how the East has been doing. We're engaging Panama to assist us in doing that. We're engaging the Chinese to take some of our students, because we have learned some of the things in partnerships as well in the maritime industry, that age of students is something that is very important. So when we put the students in these programs, we need to ensure that we take them early, and the system allows them to come out of the system young enough to be able to complete that. And the last thing maybe I want to raise here, it's the qualified staff. It's very important that we get people that have been in industry and people that would be able to assist us. So some of the things, maybe you can go to slide number 12. I'm being told to conclude my program, my presentation. In this slide, what we wanted to show, this is our college program qualification mix. In all this, and this is what is supported by government directly through the fiscus and voted funding from Parliament. Maritime is not there. The college has to go out, engage NSF, engage TITA to raise funding for these particular programs, and that is not sustainable, and that we need to create a linkage between QTCO and SAMSA so that we don't reinvent the wheel. The programs that SAMSA have actually approved should just be transferred to the QTCO so that we can get funding from government and we can deal with the problems of funding. So I think perhaps I would need to stop there because I can see that I'm running out of time and being informed that time is that I've run out of time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jacobs, for your presentation. I won't allow any questions at this point in time because of time. We really pressed with time, but I do want to mention that much as we're trying to look at ways of enhancing potential employment of graduates, you have touched on a very important aspect, the area of entrepreneurship, that we do not only train for people to get employment, but rather to create employment as well. Colleagues, Mr. Mtati is here, and I can see we are now moving back and forth and touching on the elements of theme 1 and theme 2. Whilst we are in theme 3, we are beginning to see and connect the dots. After tea, I think we're going to be able to unpack more on the technology and innovation, including infrastructure. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your indulgence. Thank you, panelists, for your time, especially this side. You've been sitting here since 9 o'clock. Thank you.
As they receive gifts that they are supposed to declare at work, we have 15 minutes, colleagues, just for a tea break. We're in a tight schedule. That 15 minutes is going to take us to 12 o'clock. So when we reconvene, if you look at your program, hopefully you still have your cell phones that are enabled. If you look at your program, it's plenary 4. Africa is a technology and innovation hub. Claire is going to come back to this room with the Nelson Mandela University, the University of Cape Town, Chalmers University of Technology, the CSIR, and the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform of the Eastern Cape. So there they are going to talk about looking for technologies and innovation for the continent. So their presentations would be within that context. In that session is also some of the challenges presented by cybersecurity attacks. So there's a direct linkage there. So Professor John Chadley, the University of Gqeberha, CSIR, as well as SAMSA, are also going to be coming into this room in the session to be facilitated and led by Claire. In the other room, we are then talking there about the need to find the balance between the exploitation of the ocean as a source of natural resources, which speaks about the coexistence of oil and gas exploration whilst protecting the environment. So please, colleagues, let's help one another in that regard. So we now go to tea, 15 minutes exactly, come back, you then choose which sessions you are going to attend, because those sessions will be parallel going forward. We're then likely to have lunch, and after lunch, we are then going to conclude with the one on the use of ports as well as ITZs as key enablers. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Kasi mo shooting ano, dito kita tapos sunod mo sa lahat.
Want anything starch like? There's a lot of starch downstairs in the basement.
Basement.
Yeah.
Is that another secret stash? But
You want. Yes, breakfast eating. Starch.
I started my day with an update to my software program, which no longer supports the audio. So I tried to install a workaround. I couldn't do it, so I had to download everything. Yeah. Reset it. Stop. So I lost 2.5 hours. why I was looking on the front end.
But you need to eat, would you like to,
Not, no,
yeah?
I guess I'm interested.
But you must go just now because they might just after everyone has gone into the second station, take everything away from the visitors for lunch.
I'm a big. Come guys, what happened to 15 minutes?
Yeah, you just walk past. Very satisfaction.
See the court bid failed.
Okay.
Court bid failed this morning.
Yeah, they're proceeding with the crime book. They just started that.
Well, of course they got spanked in court.
And the worst, my phone is not charging, I'm still on 3%. Refusing charge.
No matter what cable you put in.
I'm so serious. I'm kind of not experienced about it. That's it's stressful.
You don't want to go through getting another phone.
My phone is ready to be used. And a lot of the businesses left. So if I even like rent, to tell them to say, it's still supposed to be under warranty. My business, but I mean,
They'll come around the corner. They'll come right.
it's cool.
Opposite Jacobs.
I wonder what they'll need.
Surely just your number.
No other business details.
The name of the business. He says, holding thumbs.
I use that. Maybe they'll ask them. Yeah.
Mike, oh. Okay, that was a bit fun. Excuse me, everyone. Everyone outside, please, can we settle down? We need to start the next session. May we please settle down? We are running behind time. Just before we commence with the next session, we announced yesterday that we'll be doing a lucky draw on subscription on one of the new Law of the Sea books. And with me is my colleague, Tanya from the Nelson Mandela Law Faculty. She's just going to give a bit of a brief on the book and then we'll announce the winner. And then after that, we can go into the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, my name is Tanya Gqeberha, and I'm a lecturer in the Faculty of Law at Nelson Mandela University. I'm also a doctoral candidate under the supervision of Professor Patrick Franken, who's not able to be with us this week. So I'm here on behalf of Professor Franken just to chat to you very briefly about one of his latest projects. Following the successful Gqeberha publication by Professors Patrick Franken and Martin Temeni entitled The Law of the Sea, the African Union and its Member States in 2017, the editors decided to develop a 6-volume publication complemented by an electronic database in order to better reflect contemporary norms and practice in Africa in the field of the law of the sea. And to that end, an editorial team was constituted consisting of Professor Patrick Franken, who was the editor-in-chief, as well as one of the volume editors, Professor Kamaldeen Ali, Dr. Ife Okafor-Yarwood, Ms. Clara Brillenborg, Dr. Edwin Gqeberha, Mr. Fadzwa Pasipanoja, Dr. Vishal Serban, Professor Bernie Snow, and Professor Martin Temeni, who were the volume co-editors. Mr. Yamkelen Ntola is the database editor, and I am the managing editor. The new publication, which is entitled The Law of the Sea, Contemporary Norms and Practice in Africa, consists of 6 volumes comprising of 148 chapters, all of which are double-blind peer-reviewed. The volumes cover contextual perspectives, global, continental, and regional perspectives, national perspectives, zone-related comparative perspectives, use-related comparative perspectives, as well as dispute settlement. Each volume will be published electronically, with their respective chapters being published as they become ready. The contributions will be updated regularly, and each volume will be printed once it is complete. We are very proud to announce that the first 30 chapters are in the process of being published and will be available in July, with the next round of chapters currently being finalized for publication. The work will be available on a subscription basis on the Gqeberha Commerce website and via Gqeberha Academic and Business Sales Consultants. The work represents a partnership between Gqeberha and the SAIMI Chair for Law of the Sea in Africa, which would not be possible without the support and funding provided by the Department of Science and Innovation National Research Foundation. The resultant book, therefore, reflects a direct contribution of the South African taxpayer as well as the South African government to the legal aspects of ocean governance on the whole continent at the national, regional, and continental levels. Such a work makes an essential contribution to the dream of a safe, secure, productive, healthy, and united African maritime domain, which is necessary if Africa is to achieve Vision 2063. With that being said, I would now like to announce the winner of the lucky draw of 1 year's free subscription of the Law of the Sea, Contemporary Norms and Practice in Africa. The winner is Malibongwe Ndlozi from the South African Maritime Safety Authority. Congratulations. Gqeberha will be in touch via email to discuss your win. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Claire Gomes. I have worked in our industry for 24 years and currently hold the position of Strategic Planning and Communication Executive at AMSOL. There's something very special about conference delegates who commit on the last day, particularly on a Friday, as the end of discussions, presentations, and deliberations nears, particularly after a spectacular dinner and dance opportunity the night before. I am no academic, but my hypothesis is that only the beautiful, curious, dynamic, resilient, and truly intelligent delegates remain. So I'd like to start by recognizing you, the delegates with us today. I include those who are utilizing advances in technology to join us online via Zoom or via live feed on social media, who are equally beautiful and curious, but from the comfort of their homes or their offices. You're in for a mind-bending session. And I'd like to invite our speakers in the first part of that session to join us on stage. If you wouldn't mind making your way to the front. We already have Mr. Andrew Young with us and Professor Edward Bourget, Professor Scott McKinnon, you're welcome to join us. Marie Botha is joining us online, and Ms. Sipokazi Ndrudane, please do make your way to the panel as well. Just some opening comments before we get into the session of presentations. It's always a pleasure to be in Gqeberha, where the marine and maritime dialogue just seems to be a few steps ahead of the rest. Would you like to join the gentleman on this side, sir? No problem. Here, one simply has to look up to encounter our ocean world of natural diversity, coastal beauty, and economic opportunity. For those of us who are operators in the maritime industry across the region, working 24/7, 365 at the coalface to keep goods, ships, ports, supply and logistics chains, people and daily operations moving, it is not often that we can stop and make the time to think about the future, about doing things better or differently, about redesigning processes to optimize technology and reduce risk. We traditionally leave that to the clever, creative, and out-of-the-box thinkers, which is why it is my privilege this afternoon, time has flown, to facilitate the next two discussion and presentation sessions of the African Maritime Leadership Conference under the theme Technology and Innovation. The members of the African Union have recognized the importance and potential impact of the fourth industrial revolution to advance African economies, including the ocean economy. This has both socioeconomic challenges as well as benefits for the ocean economy value chain, affected by advancements in science, technology, and innovation. In our session today, we hope to identify opportunities and challenges the maritime industry in Africa faces relating to the emergence and spread of these technological advancements. Our time is constrained in this session, but I'm confident that our distinguished speakers know how to make the most of what they have been given and get to the important points quickly. Thank you in advance. Our first discussion centers on renewable and alternative energy, looking at a proposed vision for African technology and innovation in the oceans economy. I am going to take a few minutes to introduce all of our speakers first, in the order in which they will speak, after which we will hear from each one of them before taking any questions in a brief panel discussion. And for those who are watching online, please do feel free to type any questions in the chat. It is being monitored and will be forwarded to us. Mr. Andrew Young is the Manager, Marine Robotics Unit at the Nelson Mandela University. He's also the Engineering Director at Innovation Hub, ENSA, and is registered with ESCA, E-S-C-A? How do you pronounce it? Yeah, okay. As a professional technologist, Andrew holds an MTech in mechanical engineering and has 20 years of experience in innovation and the development of new technologies, products, and processes. He is enthusiastic with a passion for the future of engineering at the Nelson Mandela University. Main responsibilities are to direct and manage all engineering activities to ensure engineering integrity, financial sustainability, good communications, and workflow. Welcome, Andrew. Professor Andrew Gqeberha is a professor of electrical engineering at the University of Cape Town. He has undertaken research and consulting work in the field of control systems, quantitative feedback design, system identification, state estimation, and marine and power line robotics. With industrial experience in the biotechnology, process instrumentation, and control, paper and pulp, defense, mining, and electrical power industries, he has presented seminars and short courses in industry and at universities, both nationally and internationally. He is a registered professional engineer in South Africa, a fellow of the SA Academy of Engineering, and a member of the IEEE. Welcome. Professor Scott McKinnon is a full professor and chair of Maritime Human Factors in the Department of Shipping and Marine Technology at Chalmers University of Technology. His research is primarily focused on health, safety, and survival in maritime and offshore gas and oil industries, understanding how simulation and artificial intelligence can be used to acquire skill and knowledge translation in occupational. Scott holds a PhD in biomedical engineering from the University of Cape Town. Joining us online is Ms. Marie Botha, the Program Manager for Industry Connect with the CSIR, a group that facilitates the integration of local industry into global supply chains. This includes coordinating the industrialization of large-scale initiatives and projects and facilitating industry access to expertise and national facilities. Through techno-economic analysis in the space and aeronautics industries, Marie contributes to technology road mapping and knowledge management within the National System of Innovation. She has authored numerous scientific papers and is the current president of the South African Aeronautical Society and council member of the Royal Aeronautical Society. Welcome, Marie, online today. Ms. Sipokasi Ndrudane joins us today as head of the Eastern Cape Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. She's a former director for the Security Institute for Governance and Leadership at the University of Stellenbosch and has served as Deputy Director General in the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Sipokasi is a Bachelor of Science honors graduate from the University of Fort Hare and holds master's degrees in Marine and Biological Science from the University of Bergen. Madam, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to hand over to our presenters and welcome Andrew Young to the podium.
If you could start the presentation. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So yeah, as introduced, I'm Andrew Young from ENSA at the Nelson Mandela University. So in 2017, we started our marine robotics unit, and then we received support from SAIMI through the National Skills Fund. So I just need to thank them and acknowledge that the contribution that they've made to our center. So when making any type of presentation to an audience, it's important to repeat yourself 3 times. Which makes it a little bit tricky if you're trying to save time. But I also had 38 slides, which I've now cut down to 5. So yeah, repeating it 3 times. So we're going to be looking at the Marine Robotics Center at the university, the activities at that center. We'll look at our commercial activities and sustainability, and then the marine robotics research and innovation that we're currently busy with. So that's number 1. So as stated, Marine Robotics Unit was established in 2018. The primary objective was to support academic and industrial research in the areas of robotics, artificial intelligence, simulation, underwater systems, and oceanography. The MRU plans to develop the competencies, assets, engineering technologies to adequately equip students, researchers, and industry. So what's important to read in that is that an important part of what we do is actually developing these assets, and through that, have some sort of training contribution as well. So our commercial activities, we've been having a look at what needs are of our industry. So at the beginning, we established a working group, and that working group established certain projects. And with that, they required a scanning service where we could have a look at bathymetry. We had a look at temperature management, or at least temperature measurement, and then conductivity of the water, which give us an indication of salinity. So that was sort of the main instruments that we need to equip any type of buoy or autonomous vessel with, or anything else like that. So as far as equipment goes, we then looked at what autonomy or what autonomous vessels we would need to develop. And right off the bat, it became clear that we needed to at least get a peg in the ground and have some sort of craft that we can develop and then work on as a development platform. So we developed a catamaran sort of designed piece of equipment that could house batteries and solar. And that way our students would get some experience both in autonomy, solar power, battery management systems, and the like. So our first vessel, we launched at the beginning of last year. We've managed to take it to Mozambique and do measurements in the bay there. And then also with the National Ports Authority, we got permission to do some scanning in our Port Elizabeth Harbour. So on your left, there's two images there, one of the North End Lake showing bathymetry measurements. And it shows a relatively deep measurement. You know, in that one corner, we're looking at, I think, 8 meters. And then on the right of that image, there's some bathymetry measurements of Port Elizabeth Harbour Basin. And it shows the detail of what a single beam ecosounder can produce. So some really, really nice images that we've been able to get at a relatively inexpensive rate. So with that being said, that was quite an important part of what we were trying to attempt, is trying to develop equipment that was affordable. The idea being that it would be better to have more instruments in the water taking measurements than one really expensive piece of equipment. So based on the success of that particular project, we noted the vulnerabilities of it, and it had a relatively small weather window. So we developed some inflatable pontoon type design vessels. All of these with very similar control strategies, solar equipped with batteries. We also developed a marine glider, and that through support with NOSITA funding. And then we also looked at our own individual instrumentation and sensor pack on those craft. So with that, there were numerous research projects. So we looked at autonomous landing systems, effectively getting a drone to land on a moving surface. So those of you that have a drone at home realize that you're not necessarily flying a drone, you're simply giving it new coordinates. And to make it land on something that has a moving coordinate is tricky. So we have a PhD student looking at developing that system. We have wireless underwater charging. So any instruments that we would need to power under the water and allows us to leave instruments for an extended period, made that an interesting and challenging project as well. So Alpheus and Porno, our master's student working on that project. We're also looking at underwater navigation and control, and this is particularly for surveying of coral reefs, and then laser welding. So we have an interest in developing a buoyancy engine using potentially using titanium as the material, and with that we're developing laser welding of a flexible bellows. So it just gives you an idea of how incredibly wide the simple subject of marine robotics can be in looking at airborne drones, charging systems. So the charging systems have an application in electric vehicle, household use, and then obviously underwater as well. So really, really wide field. Our undergraduate research, we have a couple of mechatronics students working on projects. So these include water temperature sensors, underwater camera systems. So our underwater camera system development is primarily for observing the coelacanth. So that work is happening through SAIB, who are in Grahamstown. That's the old J.L.B. Smith Institute of Ichthyology. They've had given us really good support, also through the NRF fund. So we need to thank them for that as well. But we also have underwater remotely operated vehicles that are being developed, and that's also for survey of coral reef type systems, and then an autonomous oil boom system that we're developing. So the requirement originated through the oil spill that happened in Mauritius, when it took time for anybody to claim responsibility for the ship. The idea being that we could fly overhead and drop a buoy system that would then autonomously configure itself around the oil spill. So that work ongoing, and at the moment performing really nicely through some of our mechatronics students. Our future work, so currently, like I said, we have a number of collaboration partners, and that being one of the themes of the conference, it's apt to mention that. So we have really good support from our Ocean Sciences campus, SAIB, SAION, BirdLife Africa have interest in what we're doing, and then obviously our collaboration with UCT. So the challenge at the moment is establishing that research pipeline. So that is happening, and that's happening through work that's currently underway with our mechatronics students on their final year projects. And then through the development of our assets, are seeing additional work through our undergrad type programs. The future work also, interestingly enough, includes the aspect of cybersecurity. So marine robotics would include that as well. And cybersecurity has a really big part to play, and particularly in South Africa, where it will become important for us to predict what parts or what ports may necessarily or may be exposed to some sort of cyber attack. So the example given yesterday was the Ever Given ship. It's not yet shown why exactly that ship had the accident that it did, but had that been a cyber attack, just a simple change in code would mean that the entire supply chain industry in the world was affected. So cyber attacks are certainly a reality, and something that requires our active participation. That's me, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Brochet.
Thank you for the introduction, and thanks to the audience for surviving into the afternoon on Friday. I once gave a presentation about implicit modular simulation of technical systems immediately after lunch, and lost pretty much the whole audience by the time I'd done. So my talk now has not one equation, which is quite unusual. I'm talking about the marine robotics effort that we're making at University of Cape Town. It forms under the Department of Electrical Engineering. We're offering mechatronics in both electrical and mechanical engineering. And we have this African robotics unit to try and coordinate our efforts in robotics, and marine robotics is an important part of that. The main objectives of our effort are really to lead in research and to lead in innovation, to have a look at postgraduate training at the highest possible level, and then to try to bring the skills that we develop to the industry and to the general postgraduate community. What I think is really important, and that's been highlighted many times during the conference, is the importance of people. That we really, in any space that we want to be competitive internationally, we really need to have people, and we need to have people in the marine industry, all the way from your deckhands up to the possibility to develop new products, to do shipbuilding, and to take care of the reality that the future is going to be highly automated, highly highly digitized, and we need to be ready for that. The areas that we're interested in, robotic platforms, both surface and subsurface platforms, the actual control technology around that, estimation of state, instrumentation, computers, machine learning, and that's really also going to be an important area going forward in the world. We're looking at communications, radar, and the linking between remote sensing and local sensing to give you cross-spectral and multi-resolution type of sensing, and then mechatronics in broad general. So we've developed over a couple of years in mechanical engineering this undersea remotely operated vehicle. That's brought about two projects that we're busy with at the moment. The one is with an industrial partner to have a look at high resolution imaging for mining operations. And the second is around ship hull inspection. We're looking at ship hull inspection purely as a visual odometry problem and visual interpretation problem in the poor resolution, poor lighting conditions that you'll typically see undersea. So those are projects that are around this undersea vessel. Quite a lot of the work that we've been doing recently has been the development of buoys that are put onto pancake ice. There's quite a lot of interest within UCT in supporting the South African National Antarctic Program. So that has impact on issues around climate. Obviously, there's just pure scientific interest in Antarctica, and then climate and sea ice has impact on navigation and on weather, which are obviously commercially important. These buoys are placed, you can see in the middle to right-hand side there. They're placed on the buoys from on board the Agulhas 2. And then they've provided us with high-resolution data over the space of a few weeks. Most buoys are simply sending low-resolution data about their location and their local wave conditions, but they send it over satellite, so it's a relatively low resolution or alternatively high cost. We are measuring inter-ice pack impacts and so on, so it's very high-resolution data. And then also at the same time, we've developed a whole lot of skills around low temperatures, data compression, and so on that go with that. We're interested and we have some skill in autonomous navigation. Most of that has been done in the vehicular application in urban environments. What we're trying to develop now is a package between a ship or sea-based autonomous vehicle and land-based autonomous vehicle to try and coordinate harbor mapping for long-term maintenance and survey. We've also got a project that is around detecting microplastics, and the sort of real challenge there is if you concentrate up the water until you've got proper samples, then detecting microplastics in laboratory environment is quite challenging. So you're talking of parts per million of microplastics that you're trying to detect. And the student has developed an optical sensor that will take sampled water as it comes off from the sampling platform and try to detect. And you can see there's some initial results. What happens is the sample is passed directly over the optical sensor, and then by post-processing, you look to find the product that's in the water. Some other projects that we have run, and these are run both at undergraduate and at postgraduate level. Top left, you see autonomous sailboat, penguin monitoring. Penguins apparently very much creatures of habit, so they exit to the sea and return along exactly the same path. And if you weigh them when they go and when they come back, you can figure out what they had for their breakfast. On the right-hand side, top and bottom, some wave tank experiments on sea ice pancakes, and the idea is to get accurate calibration of the buoys, and then on bottom side, a pancake in a computational fluid dynamics simulation, and then we're using the same CFD packages for understanding surface vessels during mining operations. And then bottom left, computer vision based application for detecting small craft. And in the marine space with piracy and with the risk of unmanned vessels in military situations, you can imagine the importance of those technologies. So that's my pitch for the day, and I'll happily have questions after. Thank you.
Professor Bourget, may I ask Professor McKinnon to join us, please? Can we get the next presentation up?
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, thank you. Great to be here. Well, yeah, presentation's up. Great, thank you very much. I'm going to talk more about some of the research we do at Chalmers University, looking at automation and digitalization, and particularly how it affects the human operator. So I'll start by announcing I am a bit of a poser. I'm not a seafarer. I'm a human factors specialist. I've never crashed a simulator, so I can claim some sort of success in looking at navigation. And but what we've been trying to do is understand how this wicked problem called automation, artificial intelligence, digitalization is going to impact the way we train seafarers, or we train maritime domain experts, and how we develop equipment and technologies in order to support safe training. I start with a little slide. I always like to do the history. It's called, it's from a poem from 900 BC, Pandora's Box. Does anyone know the story of Pandora's Box? We open it up, and unfortunately, what was a piece of inquiry turns out to be a present which seems valuable, but which is in reality a curse. And I'm not going to put all automation and digitalization and artificial intelligence into that box, but now that it's open, we have a problem of dealing with it. The IMO several years ago, after looking at e-navigation issues, came up with a concept which is called MASS, Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships. It's a regulatory framework that looks at how automation is going to impact over probably the next 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. And you can see that they have different levels. They're not the only one in the transportation domain to have such a scale. We see, this is just in the maritime, that the levels of autonomy are broadly described and very confusing in many respects to people trying to implement technologies. I'm certainly not going to take the time to go through this, but you can see that there is a bit of a disconnect between how people are thinking, even within the maritime industry. Where we are now is roughly where this yellow box is highlighting. We are looking at operational environments that have traditional navigation, traditional transportation. Then we can start looking at pieces of automation which are hopefully going to support decision-making on board. And then maybe, as you're probably all aware, we're looking at moving people off the vessels towards autonomous vessels and moving these functions to shoreside. And that's where we are. We're not in the Elon Musk era of you can sit back in a car and go 120 kilometers an hour down a 7-lane highway in Los Angeles and get there safely. We're well away from that era. And more importantly, until we get to certain, even that level, level 2 in automation, we're going to have mixed environments. There's going to be vessels that are navigated and managed traditionally, and then those that have varying levels of digitalization and automation support. This might be a bit of a complicated thing, but if you just look at like the levels of automation 0, 1, and 2 on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that there's a change in the flow of data. Traditionally you see a human to human, but then as you start to integrate, implement, or consider automation technologies, you're going to get human-machine interactions. And humans and machines are not identical. Machines are programmed to be very procedural in nature. So when we have technology that's developed, it's typically work as imagined, as opposed to what we want to do is work as performed, work as done. So there's different strengths between humans and machines. And so what we got to do now is understand, as we manage these levels of automation, of how we take the best of the human operator and the best of the machine technologies to create a safe and efficient navigational system. This, from a human factors perspective, creates a discussion about whether the human is in the loop, on the loop, or out of the loop, and how the technology has to be integrated to move the human operators in between these sort of 3 states. In shipping, we have a bit of an advantage simply because even though there are very heavy vessels with a lot of momentum, there's more time in order to move through these states. Very different when you're talking about aviation or the automobile industry. And I don't have the words here, but this sort of talks about situation awareness. And as you create more complex socio-technical systems, it's not just about an individual situation awareness, it's about team situation awareness and about how situation awareness is either obtained or maintained using these technologies. And this is what we really study in my research group. There was a paper in 1983, very famous Brainbridge, who talks about the ironies of automation. And when automation is complex, it's uncertain, and it creates surprises. The more automated you become, the more those surprises are going to happen. And for those of you who like to read about philosophies, they're almost talking about black swan events. So when you look at the sort of myth that autonomy is just a widget, is just a technology, it really isn't, because if you go through from deep learning to neural networks to machine learning, artificial intelligence, and then creating artificial intelligent agents, which are wrapped into this complex socio-technical system, we have these sort of dichotomies. Are we thinking or are we codifying objectives? Call regs, for example. Are we looking at heuristics, the way people problem solve, or if then else, how the computer programmers manage the technology? What's the difference between good seamanship versus rules of the road? And when we talk about good seamanship, sometimes you break the rules of the road in order to maintain safety. I won't get into the call regs. There might be someone from IMO who already pissed them off today. Yeah. And then, of course, work is imagined versus work is done. So the research and application gaps within the segments of the maritime ecosystem. I'll just give you an example here, and I guess is there a pointer? Don't know. Okay, so we have an example here that says it's a decision support system. I won't tell you I won't mention the manufacturer of this. No, okay. Blind myself. Technology is great when it works, yeah. But if you can sort of see, and you think it's a very simple thing, it's just sort of vector reconciliation. And you have an own ship, and then you have a going sort of in the northeastern direction, then you have a opposing vessel coming down from the top, And then it might give you some information. You see that red triangle with the exclamation mark that says, okay, there's a problem here. If you can maintain those courses and speeds, you're going to have an accident, collision, perhaps. And then on the right-hand side, there's a panel that says, well, here's some decision support tools. So this one says, okay, the computer, the AI technology says, okay, in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, you should actually go to change your direction, change your speed. Then the other option might be, well, just reduce your speed and avoid the collision. Or in 6 hours and 25 minutes, you can do this and you'll avoid it. Do you see below the first suggestion, you see contrary to call regs. So you have artificial intelligence telling you to break the rules, which is a no-no, right? This is a very simple experiment we did. It was based on simulator exercises. And we were sort of looking at the collision call reg rule 8, which basically says any action taken to avoid collision should be taken in accordance with the rules of this part and shall be done in positive and made in ample time and with due regard to the observance of good seamanship. So there are 3 colors of lines on the left-hand side. They are representing 3 different vessels, 6 repeated trials. And you can see that these are being navigated by people on the bridge, by qualified seafarers. Looks pretty organized. There might be little discrepancies between, how they work, but basically there was no collisions. Then we took the exact same conditions, the exact same safety domains and barriers and all that, and we let that software that I just showed you run the ship, fully autonomous. Whoops. That was the spaghetti chaos that the artificial intelligence decided to propose, right? So there is the gap, and this is where we study. How do we properly use it? Yeah, sorry. My final point, sorry, I might have been a few minutes late, is that until you fully adopt human-centered design, you adopt user needs, user knowledge, automation is going to be that Pandora's box, which is unmanageable and untangling. Right? It's from a human factors perspective, it's going to be a challenge in order to get to where we want in today's technological world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor McKinnon. We're now moving online where we'll meet Ms. Marie Gqeberha from CSIR. We can maybe connect to virtual conference platform. Marie, can you hear me?
Hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. We're just going to adjust the sound a little bit. Can you see your slides?
I can see. Oh, well, can you see the screen?
Yes, that's fine. I think we can perhaps then go ahead. Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and apologies for not being there in person. I've had a rough morning. I was on an early flight out, so I was already on a bus taking me to the aircraft when we were told to go back into the airport. And at some point, it was so far delayed, I realized I wasn't going to make it. And then on the way back to Pretoria, I got stuck on the N1 traffic. So please, I apologize for this, but thank you very much for this opportunity. So yeah, my name is Marie Gqeberha. I'm actually doing a presentation to just prove to you the partnership that the CSIR has with national government, and more specifically the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, where we are acting as a technical extension of the department in specific industries, including marine manufacturing. So apologies, the name of the initiative is still very much aerospace related, but that mandate has changed significantly to include all advanced manufacturing, and with the specific emphasis on marine manufacturing as well. So just one very quick slide on the CSIR mandate. It's just for those who are not aware of the CSIR. We are the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and our mandate is to use directed and multidisciplinary research and technology innovation to foster in national interest, scientific and industrial development. And we do this to improve the quality of life of all people of the Republic of South Africa. And through this vision and the mandate, and by the vision and mission, we are being used by national government, as I said, to improve industry. And specifically, since 2006, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has hosted the industry support program at the CSIR called the Aerospace Industry Support Initiative. And its initial focus was on aeronautic, space and defense, but then in 2019, we got a broader mandate of marine manufacturing. And since last year, we're focusing on all advanced manufacturing. And what we're trying to do is, in essence, give industry access to the scientific and engineering base of the CSIR, give industry access to the infrastructure and capabilities that we have at the Science Council. So we do this through technology-based supply development, obviously a heavy focus on achieving government mandate of industrialization of technology, industry transformation, job creation, and then a very big driver for the department is import substitution as well as export promotion. So this is just a quick way of looking at the characteristics of advanced manufacturing industries, and it's just a quick, not an in-depth way of looking at the industries, but advanced manufacturing industries produce complex assembled products which have multi-tier industries, and it's traditionally led by OEMs that control the supply and the design and all the supply chains. And companies at the same tier have similar challenges, and then lower tier suppliers serve multiple sectors. And this is a big part of where we are focusing our interventions with the department, is looking at the middle tier suppliers and building them, especially the SMME base, through technology interventions. So why marine? How do we get on marine? The department has experienced problems in the past where they are receiving a lot of exemption requests when it comes to designated components within the marine industry. And that is where our focus is to look at the list of designated components that is from the department, and building a supplier base, a local supplier base that can supply into those components. It assists both ship and boat building, as well as maintenance and repair services. It was initiated, as I said, on the exemption request, and it intends to increase local procurement by assisting component manufacturing to obtain specific type certifications as well. That was a big reason always given to the department for the exemption request, is that there is no locally type certified manufacturers. So just on a simplistic view, the program focuses on two aspects. The first is on standards and accreditation, but it has to be marine specific or component specific, and then as well as on technology enhancement interventions, where we're looking at de-risking technologies for local manufacturers. If I go into the standards and accreditation part of it, we're just trying to assist industry with compliance issues, as the lack of certification could limit companies' ability to participate in supply chains. And then it is looking at the IAX affiliated body certifications, as well as any marine type of specific certifications, where we would just then enable the industry to comply. And then the aspect is just look at the technology enhancement support. And as I mentioned, there would be that we're doing technology projects with industry to just do a proof of concept. It's not pure research. It has to be already in the proof of concept phase. And we're always looking at new technology support in that area. This is the last slide I've got. It's just we're looking at advancing localization in advanced manufacturing industries through new developments in in-house capabilities, establish local supply chains, and promote intra-industry collaboration with big focus again on import replacement, through access to local infrastructure and capabilities. This is, as Andrew said, you have to repeat yourself 3 times in a presentation. Then enhancing ability of South African companies to proactively respond to industry needs and market demands, promoting innovation and international competitiveness, and then just trying to position South Africa industries in global supply chains. And as I said, yeah, this is an excellent intervention of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition that has been there since 2006. And it's growing, and it's refreshing to see a government department that realizes the importance of innovation in an advanced manufacturing industry, and it enables it through an organization such as the CSR. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Marie, and for joining us online. And I'm going to hand over to our last formal presentation for the session with Ms. Sipokazi Ndadane. And I understand there's a video that's going to be shown. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon to everyone. Before I trained as a fisheries scientist, I was first trained as an oceanographer. So it was quite very interesting to listen to the various presentations that I hear. People often ask me, why did you leave oceanography? I said I wanted to answer the problems of the small people. And I'm going to show you how and what I mean by that. Definitely oceanography are real problems. Don't take me serious on that. So at the interest of time, I thought I must abandon my presentation and perhaps just use a video in the voice of the fishermen to show how technology can answer the real problems of the people we think are small, are marginalized, and they are probably not that important. So you don't need much to listen to this and understand this. You only need your heart. And I think everyone seated here has a heart and will be able to contextualize and get the messaging of this. So within the marine space, what I'm going to be talking about is an invention that sought to answer a problem of a fisherman who spends so much of his time trying to put food on the table for his family, risks his life, goes out there with a dinghy, small boat in the open waters, trying to make a living. That fisherman returns and they don't have a particular market they can sell their fish to. And obviously they become price takers and they give their fish to whoever that can take it. And more especially and more often this fish would go to middlemen who take it from fishermen at a ridiculous price at some point, especially in the lobster sector, where they will take it at a 25 rands per kilogram. But they would then sell it in no less than 500 rands per kilogram. And this is a person who has lived in the comfort of their home, in the comfort of their offices or anything, and they are simply getting the fish, taking it to the market and making the money. And the small guy who is the fisherman, who actually takes all the risk, goes out there, literally gets nothing out of it. So it was during the time when the South African government wanted to review the Marine Resources Act that governs the marine resources in South Africa. And there was a recognition that we needed as government to amend the Marine Living Resources Act so that it can be able to accommodate the small scale fishers. And the beauty of the tool that I'm gonna be showing you, I think probably some of you do know about it, but I think even those who know about this tool do not know the extent of the socio-economic impact that it does to a fisherman who is now able to sell their fish online, who is now able to get the maximum price out of his fish, who is now able to access even the most prestigious markets, like over 120 restaurants as I speak, especially in the Western Cape and in Cape Town, uses this tool to source fish directly from the fishermen. And the flow of the money and the economic value of that literally flows to the fishermen. So I'm going to show this story in a form of a video because I thought that if we're talking innovation, while we think big innovation, that answers big problems. But I want to present to you a big innovation that literally answers very big problems. Because if we cannot have an impact and a special social and economic impact on the people that are marginalized, on the people that are deemed those that are left out, I think we will be talking technology that is not really going to answer human lives problems. This app is called Abalobi. It's simple, an app that you can upload in your phones at any given time. Everyone seated here can literally get into it. You can be able to see which fishermen are at sea. It's alive. Which fisherman is catching what fish, and this is the app that a number of restaurants, as I've said, are beginning to use to source the fish. So, and as I play this, and as I'm gonna ask that this video gets played, think about it in the context that and the problems that it can solve, and it is something that can be used anywhere. We are seeing Mozambique is starting to use this. Seychelles, they are now starting to use this. The fishermen in Mauritius are starting to use this. In Comoros, the fishermen are starting to explore using this. But it is a tool that currently now, as the government of South Africa, and in particular the government of the Eastern Cape Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, as the Premier was talking here about the work and the aggressive steps that government is taking, is to translate that tool so that we can fully implement it in the Eastern Cape. So it can be used everywhere, it can be used anywhere, and it answers the real problems and everyday life problems of fishermen. That's why I really love it. If a story about fisheries makes it to the news, you must know that is a very big story. So this story, when we developed this in 2015, we started in 2015, 2016, and it was fully live around 2017. It made it to the news. I made it to the news. It was the first time I appeared on TV. It was because of this app brought me to be famous. So if anything, and especially about fisheries, I say, makes it to the minutes of cabinet, you must know that is a big story. So this has gone to the minutes of cabinet, and the cabinet in South Africa at the time was quite very impressed about the work that was done here. So I'm simply trying to say technology can answer big problems, and technology can answer small problems, but that are social problems, but has got a very big impact. Can we play the video? Please listen and enjoy the story. I am done after the video. Thank you very much.
Data pisung tulong sa tulong mara. Kasi mo shooting ano kaya data pisung tulong sa tulong mara. That is where I stayed for so many years. My tools, call it a fishing tackle. And this is my source of income. My boat, my pride. I live in the ship. I can go to industries to say, listen, you help me. I create jobs for people. You help me. I want to become a house owner. Okay. I said, no. Where do you work? It's you don't have a pay slip. Show me a proof of payment. I don't have it. So yeah, I check my wind finder and see that at 5 o'clock the waves are 2.5 meters. So it's a bit rough. So I reconsider, but I see at 8 o'clock, the waves, 1.7, 1.4, 1.3, perfect day, sunshine day. In the past, there was less communication between fishers. Nowadays, we are more organized, we share ideas, and we help each other. Fishers are asking about our lobby, they are interested in, they want to join. Nee man, hij moest heel goed wat hij gebruikt man. Bravo Roger, Roger was al zo wild geweest achteruit. We went out for fish, yes. Weather conditions, sunny. Wind conditions, wind still. Cost of oil, 62 rand. That's it. My total cost for the day, 665 rand. Every time I go to sea, I get my data. 120 for the day, the price is 45 rand. My expenses is fuel. If you deduct, then I have a salary of 6,000 or 5,000 rand. That is important for me. And a printout of that, maybe it's a proof at the end of the day. Someone will believe me that I have an income. Our lobby says, these guys are fishers. Fishing are their livelihoods. It eliminates the paperwork, the pen and paperwork, everything. It takes me less than 5 minutes to fill in my data on the smartphone. I don't have a payslip, so I can't go to bank or a loan. Through Abalob, I think we will achieve it. We will get that goal.
I think we need another round of applause. That's amazing. Congratulations to you and everybody involved in that program. And I think you'll agree with me, in the last 15 minutes, we've been from advances taking place here in Gqeberha to applications in Antarctica, to use of AI on board vessels in our ports and on our oceans, to access to market in innovative ways, and then to on board a fishing vessel with a fisher somewhere on the South African coastline. And I get a very strong sense that in this particular area, there's a lot of progress, a lot of advance, a lot of positive action forward. And I have a question for the panel, but I know in the interest of time, I may not get to it if we have questions, but may I just check in the room? Right, question one, I have time for 2 questions from the room. We've banked them on the side over there. Maybe 3, we'll see how they go. May we have a microphone for those who have a question for the panel, please? My question would have been, to continue this progress and positive movement forward, what is the one barrier you need to see lifted and how can we help? But I suspect we may not have time for that. But if the organizers are doing a report on this session, perhaps it's something to follow up with. May we start with our colleague from SAMSA, front, my left. We need a microphone, please. Thank you. She was our MC at the dinner last night. I suspect her voice may not be as sharp as it was then. And after we've had our questions, we'll move on to the cybersecurity component. I'll invite the rest of those speakers onto the panel and ask those who were here for the first session to take their seats. Thank you. So our technicians are running parallel sessions unexpectedly, so we do thank you for your effort and for your patience. Have you got sound yet? They're going to turn it on, I think.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Actually, I stand here because I really have goosebumps, and I'm going to direct this question to Spogazi, and it's good that you're coming from the Office of the Eastern Cape Premier or the Premier's office. And I think I did indicate that I wear 2 hats. I'm also heading the Corporate Social Investment and Sustainability for SAMSA. And I can tell you now that when I started some of those projects, especially with the fishing community, I started it in Port St. John's, all the way to Bizana and all the way to actually Coffee Bay. And the Western Cape maybe might have actually got this right in terms of having processes in place. I think the most important thing is to appeal to the Premier's office, especially in relation to the fishing community, to tighten their monitoring and evaluation in regards to that. And I can tell you now, as SAMSA, and boldly so, I pulled out from the Eastern Cape because the municipality was not, in most municipalities, they were not coming to party. And I'll tell you what some of the issues that are happening. And I'll make an example with Mboki, which is not far from, I think that falls under the Lusiki, it's not from next to the Lusikisiki municipality. We are dealing also, when you come in as an organization, you can't go straight, to the municipality. You have to manage you have to make those stakeholder relations also with the chiefs. So you need to manage that process. But I can also tell you now let me tell you what are the challenges.
I'm sorry, I must push you for a question.
Oh, okay.
We are very pressed for time.
The question is, for the Eastern Cape, please ensure that the fishing community, you may have this app, they don't have cold storage where they keep their fish. So it's one thing to have an app, it's one thing to coordinate that. So that's what I would like to appeal, and I'm sure SAMSA can review going back to the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a comment, so I'm not going to open for a response. Second question was the lady at the back with her hand up. I'm sorry, no, it was the lady over there. Sorry. And for the third lady with a question, we'll have to ask you to address the panelists direct afterwards.
Good afternoon. My question is for the lady who assisted the fishing community. I'm a fisherman's daughter, so it's especially pleasing to see what progress you've made. At the same time, I'm also a researcher, and my question with regard to the development of the app is, there is a whole value chain that you've encapsulated in these couple of minutes of that video. And entrenched in that sits the administrative value chain, the technological value chain, and the commercial value chain. How do you address those three value chains, as that app is sitting now with your planned development for 2 further enhancements of the app, how do you plan on addressing that so that this app doesn't just address short-term problems, but also look at medium and longer-term problems that is facing the fishing community? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. Ma'am, can I hand over to you to respond?
Thank you very much. Well, in as much as the SAMSA was a comment, I was not in the Eastern Cape when you left the Eastern Cape SAMSA. I'm here now, so definitely you've got to come back so that we can do this. Yeah, I was at the national level, so I moved to the province, so please do come back. Indeed, the issue of the value chain, you are absolutely right. So what I didn't indicate is that the app was developed by an official in the department working with the University of Cape Town, Dr. Serge, but it belongs to an NPO, so they own the intellectual property of this app. So the administration of that app, therefore, is administered by that NPO. And of course, they are not doing it for commercial purposes at all. They don't sell the app. They don't. Seychelles has it now, Mauritius has it now, we see the Comoros, they do not trade for that. On a technological point, you are very much correct, because the thing about technology, it grows every time. You can't answer everything with a technology all at once. While you've answered something, things change and the dynamics become different. You review whether it is working. So that is exactly what is happening. Working with the University of Cape Town is to understand how the technology can be improved. And indeed, from what you saw on the video, it's not actually showing you the marketplace component that then got added into it and the others. And on the commercial side, that is the important part, because this is where the money and the trading goes directly to the fisherman. So there's no middleman. The fisherman has got his phone, creates a portal of his own, goes out to sea, reports I'm here, it's got GPS coordinates. As he fishes, he uploads his fish there. You yourself, as an ordinary person, you can simply log in and buy directly on the phone, pay directly, the money goes directly to the fisherman. So there's no middleman that handles anything. And I think maybe taking this opportunity is also to emphasize has improved sea rescue. The National Sea Rescue Institute has recorded very positive feedback on how now we are able to find the fishermen as soon enough at sea when they get stranded, which something was very difficult in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Organizers, can I just check, do we have time to ask each panelist to answer the question? Anybody? Would anyone like to address that question of to maintain positive movement forward? Is there one particular barrier you still need addressed? Or are you comfortable that the support, the funding, the resources are there to continue the positive movement? Anybody? Have we got a microphone?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think from our side, we've had really fantastic response and support from our funders. So SAIMI being a big part of that, SAIA being a big part of that. And I think that we can really only move forward. So we're doing very niche specific interventions, and there's certainly a requirement for what we are doing. So yeah, I think we have what we need to be able to go forward. I think the real challenge is identifying those specific researchers that want to do additional development work in our very specific niche area. And that's for us as a challenge.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment before we close this session? No? All good?
Thank you. Thank you. So one of the things we have to be careful of is South Africa is a relatively small country. About the same time as the Department of Trade and Industry, I think it was, allocated 6 million rand to robotics. The Singapore government allocated $600 million, Singapore dollars, in the same week. So we have to be careful that we are able to sort of box above our grade with the limited resources that we do have.
on the issue of limited resources, if that is the case, I wish to commend all of you in the organizations you represent. This has been an amazing session with lots of food for thought, and we wish you much success. Thank you for joining us, for taking the time to prepare. And I'm going to ask if you wouldn't mind, after a very warm round of applause, to leave the podium, and I'll invite the next set of speakers up. Thank you. May I please ask Professor Sine van Solms and Mr. Tsepo Mawe, Professor John Chudley, Dr. Jabu Nsweni, and Mr. Nzimeni Ramugondo to join us on the podium, on the stage. Good afternoon. How's our audience doing today? All right, energy still up? Awesome. Aubrey, I see you in the back there. Let me know if anyone's asleep and we'll turn the temperature even further down. So you make sure Aubrey knows you're okay. Our second discussion in this session centers on cybersecurity and technological advances in the oceans economy. It's a bit of a mixed emotion, I feel, when it comes to this topic, but I'm looking forward to hearing what's being done to mitigate risks. Within our industry alone, cyber attacks have rendered important organizations and systems immobilized as cybersecurity is breached and ransoms in some cases demanded. The impact is not just an email unsent or an order unprocessed. In some cases, it has and can result in entire supply chains becoming paralyzed, impacting multiple industries and the economy. It is in this area that true collaboration and partnerships across the region and the world are required to ensure the knowledge and skills required to mitigate these risks. I'm going to introduce all of our speakers briefly first, after which we will hear from each one of them before taking any questions in a brief panel discussion. Professor Sine van Solms and Mr. Tsepo Mawe represent SAIMI in this session today. Professor is head of department at the Faculty of Engineering in the Built Environment at the University of Johannesburg. Her research interests include networks and communication, engineering education, the social and human aspects of engineering, and cybersecurity. She's actively involved in engineering and community engagement projects within rural communities, and is also involved in research relating to cybersecurity-related skills and competency development of engineers, and will present today with Mr. Tsepo Mawe, who is currently completing his Master's in Engineering at the University of Johannesburg. Welcome to you both. Professor John Chudley is Rector of MLA College, a private higher education provider. He has held various positions in academia, including at Warsash, Maritime Academy, Southampton Solent University, and the University of Plymouth, where he also acted as Director of Research and Innovation. Professor has also acted as a director and board member to a number of companies and organizations, and will become chair of the UK Engineering Council at its AGM in June. We welcome you, Professor. Dr. Stanley Ehane is a senior lecturer in the Department of Politics and Administrative Studies at the University of Botswana and a senior research associate in the School of Public Management and Governance at the University of Johannesburg, obtaining his PhD at the University of KZN. His research interest lies in the fields of terrorism, counterterrorism, cyberterrorism, cybercrime and cybersecurity, climate change, maritime safety, gender, peace and conflict, and hate crime. In addition to master degree qualifications, he holds an advanced professional certificate in cybersecurity and forensics, a graduate certificate in Introduction to Cybersecurity in Business, a graduate certificate in the New Approach to Countering Terror and Countering Violent Extremism, and a graduate certificate in Understanding 9/11. Welcome to you. Dr. Jabu Nsweni is the head of the Information and Cybersecurity Center and chief researcher at the CSIR and technical leader of the National Policy Data Observatory, supporting NAT joints and other government departments on data-driven decision-making on diverse socioeconomic interventions. He is a certified cybersecurity manager, research fellow at University of South Africa, information warfare board member at the Department of Defense, and participated in several work streams during COVID-19, supporting the NCCC and Interministerial Committee on the Vaccination Rollout Program. Welcome to you. Mr. Nzimeni Ramugondo is the Chief Information Officer of the South African Maritime Safety Authority and is an ICT professional with 18 years experience in different domains. He has served in various portfolios in the public sector, both in national and provincial government departments, and holds master's degrees and industry-based practice certifications, including in information technology as a certified professional and the Professional Chief Information Officer designation. He is responsible for the development and implementation of the overall SAMHSA digital strategy that is critical towards attainment of the entity's strategic objectives and mandate. You're all most welcome this afternoon. We look forward to hearing from you, and you have a maximum of 10 minutes each, so I'm sure you'll get to the point as succinctly as our previous presenters did. You're comfortable with the order that I've mentioned you in, and we'll over to our first presenters. Thanks so much. Warm round of applause, please. They've worked hard to get us here.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Oh, good afternoon, rather. I am Tshepo Moore, as mentioned, and I'll be presenting today with Professor Sine van Solms. The presentation today is a direct result of collaboration and work with Emeritus Professor Rousseau van Solms and his master's student, Mr. Sean Skinner from the Nelson Mandela University, as well as work with SAIMI. The general structure for the presentation today, we are going to introduce the focus study that brought our focus and our attention to this particular aspect of cybersecurity within a maritime context, and go through some of the insights and action items for this focus study moving forward. The study, the first to get involved was Emeritus Professor Rousseau van Solms, and through the study, the attention was brought to identifying and investigating the specific deficiencies in the initiation, process, application, and protection of information and communication technologies within a maritime context in the industry. Along the way, through this focus study that happened last year, there were conversations with companies in industry, specifically the Ferguson Worldwide Offshore Company, where communications took place and a conversation was had around cybersecurity issues that they face while running their day-to-day operations that have sometimes impacted the industry. To provide some context for the information and communication technologies and cybersecurity issues, we first need to look at the advancement of maritime vessels throughout history. A lot of advancements have taken place, especially more recently in terms of design of maritime vessels, the materials used, propulsion systems, and navigation. If you look far enough back, the initial way maritime vessels were made were with wood, sails. You would use celestial navigation or nautical charts, a compass. But in the more modern era, we have composite materials, aluminum, fiberglass. We have GPS systems, radar, sonar, and we have a lot more advanced propulsion systems, fuel management systems, that kind of thing on ships now. Until very recently, a lot of the communication between ships and shore only happened when maritime vessels get back to the harbor. There's also limited communication between ships when they're out on the water themselves. Modern systems have automated identification systems for ships to speak to each other, although when there's a lot of traffic on the water, then those communications are limited to higher priority or more localized area, which is becoming more and more of a problem. As you can see, 90% of the world's trade is carried out through the sea. Customer demands throughout the world are still growing, and so this is not a problem that will disappear by itself.
They were counting the votes.
Why does this matter? Well, as the economy has grown, as society has grown, there has been a need for many different types of maritime vessels, namely cargo vessels and passenger vehicles, military, which can be delineated into many different groups. All of these ships have critical systems that need to be present, especially in the modern context, which means that there are a multitude of systems that need to be integrated together, communicating with each other and flowing nicely. This includes legacy vessels, the older vessels that have been developed that have then been updated with newer systems and newer technologies and more modern systems where those later developments were integrated in the design phase. An example of some of the systems, if I can draw your attention to the image, there are navigation systems. This would be your GPS, sonar, radar, just for the navigation of the maritime vessels themselves. There are communication systems using your very high frequency radios, a lot of the same equipment for the navigation, but specifically geared towards communicating with other ships and with the shore itself. There's the propulsion system. This would include the engine, which would have a whole fuel management system. There is the different IoT integrated technologies to observe and record data on the operations of these different machinery and equipment. There's communication on the ship itself, intercoms, Wi-Fi. It gets pretty complicated and integrated very quickly. I'd like to now hand over for a bit to Professor Senef and Sons.
I made my student do most of the work. I told him to do the background. Thanks, Seppo. So I think just as a background, what we're looking at from an engineering perspective is maybe when you look at all these things on board, we are getting very, very modern, and we're sitting with a massive amount of data. We're sitting with sensors generating data. We're sitting with comms. We're sitting with these systems talking to each other. And we're sitting with a ship that not only communicates inside automatically all of these sensors on the ship itself, but we also have comms going out. So it becomes really, really complicated. And from a data flow perspective, it gets really, really complicated. So what we are really, really interested in doing is we want to try and see where are our data flows, where does it come from, why do we need it, and where are our problems. So I'm not going to go through this, but everybody is, I mean, you from this environment, we use this data for a lot of things. And I think from an engineering perspective, something like navigation, vessel performance, optimization, maintenance, those type of things are really, really interesting in the modern shipping context, but there's just a lot of data. So it can bring a lot of advantages, but one thing that we want to focus on from the SAIMI and cybersecurity aspect is really to see how must this data be captured. Number one, where does this data come from, originate? How can it be captured? How do we manage it? How do we process it? How do we analyze it? And then if some of this data needs to be sent to shore, to other vessels, via satellite radio, those type of things, how do we manage it and how do we manage it in a secure way? So that is the questions that we try to answer is how can we properly secure our data? How can we properly govern our data? And then how can we better skill our crew members in the safe utilization, management, operations surrounding data, as well as the equipment that generates data and also utilizes the data in the system. So what we have done is we've identified a range of projects that we're going to run. We've ended the pilot study at the end of December, so we're starting off with doing some projects. The ones in bold are the ones that's currently running. So we have a cybersecurity awareness program. It's a master student from Nelson Mandela and North University who's doing some research in cybersecurity awareness. Mr. Mao here is doing data flow, and he'll just quickly touch on it in 1 minute because I must keep you within the time, to try and see if we can model data flow on a ship to see if the data flow, where it flows, how does it flow, and how do we then start thinking about securing it. So those are our projects running. I'm quickly going to ask Seppo to talk about his project after I've just introduced the first project that we're running is the Cybersecurity Awareness Project. So this is a master's in IT student at Nelson Mandela University in collaboration with North University in Norway. So he is looking to create a cybersecurity awareness training program for onboard crew in order to make them aware of how to safely operate, manage the process of data management. The second is got a little video that I'm not going to play. And then the second one is exactly what I said previously, and what Tsepo's going to talk about is just how can we model data flow, because we want to identify vulnerabilities in the ship. We're going to focus on the ship first before we go ship to shore, but we're going to look at the data flow and try and see where we can identify areas of vulnerability that must be addressed. So Tsepo, we have officially 1 minute. Go for it.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, as mentioned before, a master's student in engineering, and the project is focusing on modeling the data flow on vessels. We are aware of multiple case studies already that indicate the issues that the industry is facing. Briefly, this one follows a ship that's navigation software was interfered with, and they were sent out of international waters where the ship got captured. Another case study where maritime vessels were misrepresenting where they were so that they could do illegal fishing. And these are examples from previous few years and issues that are still being faced today. How I plan to approach my research is to start understanding where the low-level data comes from. Where are the temperature sensors? Where do we pick up the flow rate of fuel? What kind of strains are put on the engine? What telecommunication devices are sending what kind of information? And we want to map where that information flows, how it's analyzed, how it's manipulated, where it's stored, and try and identify the cybersecurity vulnerabilities and risks associated with all of those systems. And then represent that in the most appropriate manner, following general approaches for qualitative data. Yeah. Thank you all for listening to the presentation.
Thank you so much, both of you. If I can ask Professor John Chudley to join us, please. Aubrey, how's that temperature? Up or down? Aubrey's left the room. That's not a good sign. You're all right out there?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's absolutely wonderful to be here. And what I'm going to present to you today is a little bit about cybersecurity, but then how that perhaps affects maritime education and training and aspects that we might not want to look like in the future, particularly going towards global maritime futures. So just briefly, MLA College is a private higher education institution in the UK, delivering globally around sustainable maritime operations, particularly based at seafarers, so you can undertake studies remotely. And I think the only thing I want to pick up on that slide that's on the screen is, in actual fact, everything we do is about flexible education and training. Flexible. Just think about that word for a minute. Keep that in mind as I go through the presentation, because that's the only way we're going to satisfy the needs of maritime education and training in the future. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the cybersecurity context, a little bit about professional development, and then indeed, as an organization, as a higher education institution, cybersecurity is an issue for us every day as we deliver distance learning, and we have to consider this. And then I probably won't be talking about the last bullet. So we are based in Plymouth in the UK, and our research partner is the University of Plymouth. We concentrate on delivering degrees via distance learning. Obviously, the University of Plymouth do that as well, but they do it in the traditional approach. But indeed, they're a research-intensive university and one of the leading marine and maritime research universities across the globe. So they've been undertaking a lot around cybership and received a lot of investment and have actually created a cybership lab. This came about, we've seen this, but these cyber attacks are growing exponentially. It's really the new piracy, isn't it? You know, and what we're looking at. Why go to sea as a pirate when you can sit in your lounge and actually undertake some kind of cyber attack on the vessel with the same result? But it's the whole logistical chain. Here we've got the Port of Barcelona in 27. All the big four shipping lines have had recent disruptive cyber effects. Ransomware. I'm not sure when I first had ransomware, but it's such a a new word, really, but we're all now aware of ransomware.
Every single statement.
And really, the ship's complex system of system actually presents a broad attack surface. So the University of Plymouth, very early on, went and obtained government funding, industry funding, and set up this cybership lab. It's a unique hardware-based platform where they create physical twins, and it's a partnership between insurance companies, equipment manufacturers, operators, and they actually set up different bridge systems, etc., and the complex ship systems. And they actually try and hack them in what they do and actually create cyber attacks, virtual cyber attacks, and what can actually be done to actually improve systems. So, back to partnership and look at what you're trying to do through SAIMI. This is something you might want to look at partnering with. But one concrete thing out of that at the moment is this. It's called Macra. It's a risk assessment software for international shipping operators and insurers. And it's actually a per voyage fleet-specific cyber threat profiling solution. And I think we're going to need that. Insurers are going to start looking at this. And it's alien to what we would have thought of a few years ago. So how does that affect what we do as a higher education institution? Some of you will have heard me speak briefly on Wednesday morning, but I think our whole maritime education and training needs to be considered. Why is a degree 3 years? Just a question, just leave you thinking about that, because it's always been 3 years. We need to start thinking about the profession. We need to start thinking about innovation. We need to start thinking about flexibility. And this, what I'm showing there, is perhaps talking about higher education, but from a professional development context. It's not just about knowledge and understanding. It's about occupational competence. It's about professional competence. And perhaps it's about trying to achieve that more of the same time in innovative ways. Because what we're really interested in is, this is an example with the Engineering Council in the UK. But what we're really interested in is the professional recognition and your license to practice. So maybe we should step on and step off. You do some knowledge and understanding, you go to sea, you come back again, knowledge and understanding, and you carry on, because the one thing that's interesting that we don't do in maritime education and training is we never stop doing anything. We just add things all the time. So ethics has been a big thing. Sustainability has been a big thing. Cybersecurity has been a big thing. And we just add and add and add. And that means that in actual fact, you can't compress everything into a degree. So you have to think about how you professionally develop that as you go through. And we do that through a total learning package that, yes, we use it to deliver a degree, but that's the byproduct. What it is, it's actually a knowledge and understanding package that allows you to access it at sea, ashore, anywhere around the world in what we do. So no live lectures, but a lot of tutoring that's undertaken as well in various ways, and also student forum, etc. And this cybersecurity awareness, that's where I was doing the actual link, for us, as well as having it as a threat, it's something we accept. This is actually not part of a degree. This is a commercial module that someone can actually access. And you have my module, and you go through, and this is what it actually looks like. You have all your teaching and learning materials there. You actually have, one of the main things is the online discussion area. That's how you create a student forum across the globe. When you have students based in Singapore, you have them based in South Africa, you have them based in America, you actually have to consider that in what you're doing. That is then actually broken down. This is just chapter 1. If you're used to using Netflix or anything like that, that's how it actually looks like. But there we've got introduction to cybersecurity, the technical threats, the protecting personal data. We have to do cybersecurity now as part of our training within our own higher education institution. I know IMO have been looking at things like this, and this is hopefully taking something further, but this is something you should be doing as professional development alongside any other research that's being undertaken. And just there, what does it look like? Your videos, tells you what your module's doing. You have lecture transcripts, so as you can do it. You have formative assessment against this. as well as if it's credit rated going towards a degree, you would have full assessment as well to allow you to get credit rate towards building up a degree based on building blocks, not your traditional 3-year degree. I think I've got 2 minutes. So what I work on in that kind of approach, and what's interesting, that's our global reach in what we actually do. 43% in Asia, 10% in Africa. Not a lot in the UK when you consider it, but those 26%, I'd probably say about 80% of those 26% are actually serving seafarers and actually serving at sea. They're not based in the UK. Interesting when you hear all about funding, 43% in Asia, partly because we have a partnership with the Hong Kong Marine Department delivering this approach within their Marine Department. And another one with Singapore, where the students actually get between 70% and 90% funding to undertake the master's program through distance learning. So it does come back to funding sometimes. And I won't just go through this, but what I did want to mention is we've talked a lot about sustainability over the past few days, and we always talk about net zero carbon, but that's only a small part of sustainability. And in maritime education and training, I don't think anyone, I think someone has mentioned the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I know Ambassador Nancy did, but there are 17 of those, and that's what we need to look at in maritime education and training. And at the top is partnerships. Partnerships, okay? And that's why I think the global approach in anything we do is important, not a nationalistic approach, but a true global partnership in everything we do. And for maritime education and training and the marine industry to be sustainable, we have to be looking at all of those SDGs in what we do. And I'm just going to skip those, but there's another approach on bite size. So to conclude, I think this isn't so much about cyber, but a little bit about MET. It's difficult, isn't it, when times are tight, investment becomes less of a priority. But what we can do, and it's not going to take a huge step, is look at the recent thinking and academic frameworks and the benchmarking, and look at normalization of digital learning. It's what our new generation, it's what our young people are used to, and it's going to develop more and more. And the big thing, we have to be innovative. Stop looking at traditional degrees. Investigate schemes that credit prior learning at work. That's what we do. Don't repeat things for the sake of it. Look at experiential learning and look at action research methods that will allow the development of people in working specifically towards making organizations more sustainable. And looking at accrediting both work and education through assessed practice, not doing things for the sake of it. Partnering and looking at those innovative ways in what we can do it. Sorry, that's a canter through, but universities, you must make it about you, not about the courses. It's about you as an individual. And at MLA College, the biggest thing we try and do, and you have to do this, is you have to make learning accessible. Absolutely make learning accessible wherever you are. They're not going to come to you anymore, not in the future. So how are you going to make that learning and relevant learning accessible? And finally, just to say in Latin, education beyond borders. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chudley. Could I please invite Dr. Ayani to join us at the podium after patiently sitting up here for the duration of the first session. Over to you.
Good afternoon, audience. My name is Stanley Ehiani. I think when the moderator was reading my profile, she was talking about terrorism. I'm not a terrorist. I always study terrorism and counter-terrorism. I would say South Africa is a home for me because I received my PhD here in South Africa. And I was there for 8 years. And I researched terrorism and counter-terrorism. I worked with SADF before I finally left for Botswana, where I worked with the University of Botswana and Botswana Defense Force. This afternoon, I'll be talking on maritime security and the threats of cyber threats to Africa. You know, when we talk about security, ideally, we actually look at the traditional security. We really do not focus our mind on digital aspect of security. And I really appreciate the effort of my previous speaker, who of course actually talk about the issue of cyber threats. Now, when we say security, what exactly are we talking about? And whose security? What are security issues? How can security be achieved? And that is why we are here. We are faced with the current challenge to security, which has to do much of digital security. Cyber threat is real. Threats can be constructed by human beings, but cyber threat is real. It cannot be constructed. Let me just take you back a little. The US can construct any country as a threat. South Africa can construct any country as a threat to national security. It's something that is political in the traditional security system. But when we come to cyber security, it cannot be constructed. It is real and is happening. And it affects our social, economic, and political life, whether we like it or not. Now, the idea of digital transformation, which we find ourselves today, coupled with the new normal we have decided to live in, further worsen our condition of living, such that many of our transactions has gone digital. And the more you go digital, the more vulnerable we become. Now, the severity of threats is in different form. Whether it's malware, data breach, hacking, these are just some of the breaches that happen in the area of cybersecurity. And the question we ask today is, why maritime? Threats cost across all the phases of life. But we are sitting here this afternoon because we are talking about maritime. So the question we ask ourselves, why maritime threat? To what extent have we actually experienced maritime threats? The global trade, according to my previous speakers, is about 90% of seaborne, whether we like it or not. Why? Because of the interconnectivity of countries and the nature of the system of global structure along with economic line, such that when we look at trade, it's called that 90% of the world trade is mainly of seaborne, not by air, not by road. And when this happens, we should expect this to go beyond 90% in the nearest future. The question is why? Why? Because as the population increases, we are liable to increase our seaborne trade. Then we'll be exposed to more seaborne threats, which of course we call maritime, of course, threats. But that is that. Now, when you look at the year 2022, which of course we consider it as a year that actually attracted the stakeholders and decision makers to actually focus on the issue of cyber threats. Why? Because of the idea of remote working, which we find ourselves today. But when you look at the year 2021 in the history of cyber threat in maritime, happens to be the highest. We experienced 33% increase in a cyber threat in case of the maritime sector. Of course, that is far above the general threat that cut across the global trade system. But in the year 2021, we actually experienced the highest maritime threats. And we still hope to have more of that. The issue is not that we are not aware of it. We are very much aware of cyber threats. But the question now is, what are we doing in addressing the issue of cyber threats? How do we go about addressing cyber threats in Africa? Just look at that bar chart. You have Africa, Asia Pacific, America, Europe, and North America. That shows the percentage of threats between 2020 and 2021. The graph alone is enough to give us the solution to the cyber threat we experience in Africa. From that graph, we can derive a solution. And the graph simply tells us that for us in Africa to be able to address the issue of maritime threat, there is need for us to learn from those countries that have been able to build resilience against cyber threats. That is that, but I'll come back to that, please. Now, we said that 90% of the world trade is about, it's all about seaborne. And when you look at Africa, it's only 16 countries that are just landlocked out of 55 countries in Africa, just 16 countries. Let me digress a little. I remember when we experienced terrorism in Africa, in one of the African countries. And the issue was discussed in the sub-regional organization. There was a big debate around it, saying that the country that actually experienced terrorist attack should address the issue is an internal security. But the argument there was, it's not just an internal security. It has become a regional security. And those countries that consider terrorism as an internal security, today they are also experiencing terrorism. So when we are talking about addressing cyber threat in maritime, we are not simply calling on those coastal countries. We want all the countries in Africa to be part of the stakeholders for cyber threats in maritime to be addressed. Dr. Tanaka was talking yesterday on the issue of landlock, and today we are still talking about landlock. Landlock or no landlock, it does not matter. What matters most is the challenge before all of us. In addressing cyber threat in Africa, all the 55 countries must come together, collaborate to challenge the cyber threats in maritime sector, since it controls over 90% of our trade is on seaborne. The coast of South Africa, we look at South African ports, the port of Durban. The port of Durban serves all the SADC countries. All the SADC countries, not just South Africa. That alone is an evidence to say for South Africa to address cyber threat in maritime, they need the entire sub-region in order for them to address the cyber threat. So it's an evidence to say that it's not an individual issue. It has become sub-regional, regional, and global issue. And not just that. Look at other countries in the coast of Guinea. Nigeria, of course, is one of those countries in the coast of Guinea. And look at the ports along the coast of Guinea. And those countries that, of course, are landlocked. We also need those countries, along with West Africa, to address the issue of cyber threat in the West Africa. Each time we come together in a conference like this, it's always interesting talking. And we come up with possible solutions on how our problem can be addressed. But how do we really take it forward? Otherwise, we'll keep talking about solutions and not addressing these solutions. In addressing this cyber threat, we said there should be a collaboration with all the countries in Africa coming together consider the threats as a regional threat and as a global threat. That the only way this threat can be addressed is through collective efforts. And not just that, the issue of peace and security in AU, of course, they focus mainly on the traditional threats, terrorism, what's it called, piracy, and so on and so forth. But we are also saying that cyber threats should be integrated into the peace and security framework. There is already a framework that addresses peace and security in Africa. So in order for us to address peace and security, to seek cyber threats as a solution, then we need to integrate peace and security and bring in cyber threats to be integrated into peace and security. Another way forward is the Malabo Convention. Globally, regionally, and sub-regionally, we are good at being a signatory to documents, but we are not good at being effectively operationalize the signatory. So we need also to ensure that all the member states sign the Malabo Convention and should be willing to practicalize the dictates of Malabo's convention. These are just some of the way forward to address cyber threat in Africa. So cyber threat is real, and frankly speaking, is bound to increase as the population increases. But we need to build resilience. We need to build resilience to fight cyber threats, just as we need to build resilience to fight terrorism. There is a book we just published. It deals with cybercrime and challenges in South Africa. This actually focuses mainly on South Africa. But South Africa is not the only country affected by cybercrime. It's a global issue. It's already been marketed by Pangrave on Amazon. It also deals with some aspect of cybersecurity, because we can't just identify the crime and not talking about security. Thank you.
So for those of us who were looking for some light weekend reading, I think we've just found it. Thank you. Dr. Nsweni, I would like to welcome you up to the podium.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I know everyone is tired and the time is already away. So I will try to, but I will try to save some time. They've already introduced me, so let me get to the presentation. I think there's a lot that has been said about the technology advancements in the maritime domain. So I won't spend too much time, except to say, when we look at this specific picture, we see that cyberspace is more the common denominator in the technology space. When you go in the air, or you are in land, you are in maritime, and so on and so forth, the cyberspace sort of interconnects all of these domains. Even when we are in the war domain, you will find that cyberspace plays a critical role nowadays. Why is this important? Is obviously we need to also understand that the cyberspace cuts across the different domains. In the cyberspace, we talk about critical infrastructures, and there are many of them. But when we think about the maritime and the oceans economy, the issue of the water domain, the dams, becomes also important, because one of the technologies that are being used there, but number two, because of the various contentions, that normally takes place there. So just like you will have physical security challenges in the maritime space, you will also have cybersecurity challenges, and you would see, for example, when we talk about the communication infrastructure, we talk about the manufacturing, we talk about the commercial sector, we might be talking about the dams and so on and so forth, including energy. They are affected by the same challenges. And my presentation sort of focuses on that. But I think sometimes what is important is that our perspective on how we view security determines how we actually protect ourselves. And this is almost something similar even in the physical space, in our homes and stuff like that. I normally say people who perceive security in a particular way, they will either do two things. They will either protect themselves before the criminals come, or they will protect themselves after. I'm sure many of you know, people wait until the robbers, they come in before they put a burglar door. But after you put the burglar door, after the robbers have come, the purpose is already defeated. So in the cyberspace is almost the same thing. But I think what is critical, because I know some of you may not necessarily be in the domain, is that within the cyber security space, it's very important to think that it does not just exist in isolation. It intersects with a number of other aspects. For example, when you look on the picture just in the middle, you will see when we talk about cybersecurity, there might be other aspects. And I think Prof. Sune and the students, they spoke about the issues of data. How do we protect information? But we have others that may talk about IT security, protecting the devices that we use. But in the maritime domain, you also have what we call the OT security, the operational technology, because they use a lot of sensors, just like you would find, for example, in the dams, as we would find maybe in the energy sectors. The other aspects which tends to be very important in the protection of our various sectors, especially from a national security point of view, will be the offensive security. We generally don't talk much about that. But the offensive security, how is it important? It's important particularly at the geopolitical level, because there will always be nations that are either trying to steal your intellectual property. They want to understand how your logistics are working, because the ocean's economy is also about, the countries in terms of how their economy, how much of goods they are bringing in, they are bringing out and things like those. So that information is very important to other countries. So it's also important as well to think about that. But nowadays, we also have your Internet of Things, as we're talking here. You could sit here, get information from the sea, which ships are moving to which direction, and so on and so forth. That information can be very crucial and important depending obviously on the scenario. But physical security is also very important to think about, because cybersecurity cannot just exist without a physical security. As I always tell people, if, for example, you don't have a security at the gate, but you have a server or you have a data center and somebody can just walk in and get access to that, cybersecurity might not necessarily help you in that regard. So it's very then important for our environments to have a proper perspective on what do they see as cybersecurity or security, because that will assist in actually protecting their environment. But above all, cybersecurity is about minimizing the danger. It's not about being 100% secure, because there's no such a thing as being 100% secure. It's about how do we reduce the risks? How do we ensure that our data is protected? How do we ensure that we've got the correct people, we've got the correct processes, and so on and so forth? So generally, there are many threats, and I think Sylvester has spoken a lot about, so I'm not going to spend too much time. But one thing we must also understand, why our oceans play a very critical role and why they must be secured at a physical as well as at the cyber side is, if, for example, you look particularly in terms of connectivity within the country, the submarine cable that we run nowadays, they are very, very critical in ensuring that we are connected. Anything that happens there could easily disconnect us, just like when they talk about the blackout and something like that. So there are various others, but the nation state actors, there are various nation states that are interested in our infrastructure. So we also need to ensure that we protect that. There's various others, the supply chain risks, because in the oceans, there's a lot of supply chains that are involved there. And then I think I will just touch on this. This might be a little bit small, but you can look at the report by the World Economic Forum. So this specific report, they release it every year. It speaks about the global risks that we face. You know, on top there, you can see when they interview global leaders, they will speak about various risks. And on number 8, they will speak about the widespread of cybercrime and cyber insecurity. But you would also see the issues of climate change there, which plays a very important role in the oceans economy, the issues of national resources crisis, which plays a role. And I think when we look at the risk, because remember what I said, that cybersecurity or security is about minimizing those particular risks. So how do we then ensure that we are always aware of them and we are able to protect them? Obviously, as we advance technology also increases, you know, the risks and the inequalities as well. And then in the maritime, you know, what is what is becoming more critical, this is coming from this report, is that the ocean is becoming, you know, sort of like a contentious area where different countries and different nations, they get under dispute in some of these resources. And we know that resources, they get countries to do all of these other things. As I close, when we look at cybersecurity, and I know my colleagues have spoken about them, I normally use the bank stool on the left to say security in any aspect is defined by 3 things, you know, people, processes, and technology. If any of those tools, they are broken, you are just as easily as exposed. So you might have the people and the processes, but if you don't have the tools, you might be in trouble. If you only focus on technology, but you don't have the people and there are no processes, you might also be exposed. And when we look at security, particularly following some of the global frameworks, you can see some of the components there. They identify, very, very important. You cannot protect what you don't know. So within the maritime domain, you know, it's very important to know where your assets are in order to protect them and predict, for example, attacks that may come and so on and so forth. Obviously, as I indicated, there's no way you can be 100% secure. You must be prepared to respond to incidences and be able to recover from them. And then I'm going to skip some of these slides because they generally speak about what South Africa has, for example, in the Defense Force, as well as the National Cybersecurity Policy Framework. I normally give my conclusion like this, is to say, we must think securely. That will differ from one organization to another, but we must think in a safe manner, not after the effect. We must build technologies that are secure by design, not by crisis, because generally in the world, you see people only waking up after they've been hit, you know, and culture. They were talking about cybersecurity awareness. Sometimes you may have good systems, but if the culture of people, they're only waking up by the temperature, chances are that criminals may not use the temperature to wake them up. They will first eat and then they will wake you up after everything is gone. But above that, technology is not panacea. It helps, but it's not the only solution. Thank you very much.
Again, a lot of food for thought as we head closer to lunch. Thank you, Dr. Tsweni. Mr. Ramagonda from SAMSA, the platform is yours. Warm round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Also, I will not repeat much that has been said. I think from our side, we're always excited when we see innovation solving problems, and we always say technology will be able to assist us to solve a lot of socio-economic problems. But on the other hand, it also creates some gaps. I think just coming from on the background issue that, you know, while we ensure safety of life and property at sea, this is very critical for us, because if you look at this space and the impact of cybersecurity, it will say that also create an area that you need to respond to. And if you look at the vessels that will be moving, in that they carry all sorts of materials or goods, then again, if you've got an incident and something happened, there is also that risk around issues of pollution and impact the combating of pollution and also protecting the maritime interest. But just to look at something that has been mentioned here, from the reports that are coming is that indeed there have been a lot of threats destined to the countries in Africa, mostly those that will refer the kings of the digital economy, or South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana and all. So there's been a high number of threats that have been going in there. But the industry itself, if you are looking around how it's working, it is able to transform and model itself in a way that there are a lot of things that are happening. For instance, for us, we'll say in order to create an efficient infrastructure, we'll look at everything as a service because it assists us, because, you know, resource shortages and all, and we'll be able to get everything as a service. But if you go on the other hand, is that the market itself, which is called the dark market, or people who are perpetuating cyber threats, they are also looking at playing at a particular role and providing something as a service. You've got access as a service that can be available. It says, this is a service that can be able to compromise accounts, and once I've got that, I sell. Then the other one who takes that one also now take it to the next level. If you look about malware distribution and spreading of the service, it is just a service that will be able to make sure that we deal with the issue of distribution malware and be able to, where this malware land in, also be to establish a connection with the command and control, and that get to move. Phishing as a service is something that is coming. And we've seen that most of the higher percentage of compromises has been also coming out of phishing. And crypting, which is coming very difficult, because it says it's a service that is able to mask the threat coming to environment. I was leading about 2 weeks ago, where the ransomware can be able to mask itself undetected through a firewall. And that is something that is very dangerous, because if now these solutions are coming and mask themselves and being undetected, they're easily to go into the environment and then compromise the environment. And then we go around, you know, your scamming, phishing, spamming and all. This now creates a serious challenge, because we'll need also to look at that. And they cut across most of the environment. And just coming, something that we'll be looking at around management of vulnerabilities, and that we'll see that most of the compromises has been coming around the vulnerabilities that exist. But if you're looking at the Maritime itself, it says, as Doctor indicated, that you've got a lot of assets. You need to understand your assets. You need to understand those vulnerabilities in those assets and be able to respond in time. But also, you look around the attackers or the threat actors. They study the environment, and they will say, we'll be able to survey, and you've got people that will be able to look at vulnerabilities and sell vulnerabilities as a service. Survey the environment, study your targets. Once you've studied your target, you also now deliver through any other form that have been mentioned in there. Once the breach is there, they're in your environment. Again, if there is a breach, how long does it take you to realize that you've been breached? And average, we hear that 140 days can go with the threat actors inside your environment, and they're able to look at the environment and understand probably where your critical assets are and be able to compromise those assets. And you can look at the environment where the structure is flat, and we hear that as we're adopting this technology, we're not also segregating and create complexities around our environment, so that even if you are breached, that breach can be only limited to the very same environment. But also, it says we need also to be very responsive in an area where there's a breach, where we're able to identify vulnerabilities, protect, and also protect. But in an event where there is a compromise, we should be able to detect in time and respond. And also responding, making sure that we could be able to recover and continue with business. And recovery has always been a challenge in where in ransomware activities, majority have been recovering through backups. But if you do not have adequate backups and secured backups, it means your ransomware can even encrypt your backups. Therefore, it means your recovery becomes impossible. And that's why maybe it makes this industry to be thriving, because there are other people who are recovering through paying ransom. So that is another element that is there. But as we're moving, something that is coming says, I think there's been mention about the signing of the convention. That is something that will start so that we are able to partner and respond to understand how all of this happened. There are capabilities that have been put around where different countries have put their security incident response team and the security hubs. But how can we leverage this and make sure that we're able to share information and connect in that? And the other element that coming across is about issue of skills that needs to be available within the security domain. And one of the reports say there is shortage of skills. And further to shortage of skills, there is a high number of people within this field that are likely to leave this field because it's a highly stressed field. It's a 24/7, 365 field, and you need to be always be responding to threats that are changing all the time and becoming complex, and also making sure that you are secure. So those are the issues that are coming, compounding into this environment. But obviously, these are the areas that will need to make sure that there are appropriate response that can move in that. In short, thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. It's not often in one conference session that the word that sounds like phishing is used with such different meanings, the beginning and at the end. But having listened to all of you carefully, it's very clear that there's a delicate balance between advances in digital technology outlined to some extent in session one, and the threats and risks that arise as a result outlined now in this session. It is comforting to know that our best minds in the region and beyond are on both, they're on it. And the sharing of information is truly in a partnership approach, as befits any global risk or threat or opportunity. I'm going to ask the audience and those who are still online if there are any questions. I see there's one hand at the front from Colleen. Whilst you're all thinking about the wording of your questions, may we get a microphone, please, for Colleen? And also, I think we still may have the microphones over there next to you, sir. We are all resourced. Over to you, Colleen. You can just indicate who your question is for, unless it's for the broader panel.
Thanks so much.
Sorry, Colleen, some of our panelists had to leave to catch a flight. Thank you so much for your attendance. We appreciate it. Over to you, Colleen.
Fortunately, my slew of questions are not for the two that I've left, but for Stanley and a gentleman from SAMSA. I'll try to get them out as quickly as possible. So the first question to Stanley, in terms of the graph that you showed in terms of Africa's level of threats, and that is that because we're being targeted more, or is that because we don't have the actual defenses in place? Second question also goes to you with regard to an establishment of a continental sort of association. Is that on the cards? Is it happening? Has it happened? Third question also goes to you with regard to your Amazon book. Does it include any sort of content on relating to the hackers as such? Can we rehabilitate? Why are they? What is the motivation? Can that be stopped? Fourth question goes to SAMSA. Sorry, you put yourself out there. SAMSA's just had a cyber attack. Would you like to talk, or could you talk to where you're sitting now in terms of that, as well as to what extent, which part of your stool was broken, people, processes, or technology?
Right, so you see what she did there. She said 2 questions and it was actually 4. Very well done, as only a journalist can do. Would you like to take it? Would you like to come up?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Regarding the graph is just showing 2020, 2021, that Africans are targeted more. In as much as we claim that we have been affected by a cyber attack, the issue is that we know that we are not aware of it. We are aware, but I think what I've studied so far is that all the stakeholders are not working together compared to what we have in other parts of the world. The vessel owners, and the operators, they are not working together. So what actually affects the issue of counter-terrorism is also reflected in maritime cyber security. Because in fighting issue of maritime cyber security, you need to bring all the stakeholders together. But the way it is so far, discovered that many of the vessels owners, they bear the responsibility, while other stakeholders stay away. So with that, there's little to what they can do, which of course make Africa to be more vulnerable. So the pie chart is just 2020, 2021, the vulnerability of Africa and what we experience. And when you look at the 2020, 2021, it's just 13% between 2020 and 2021.
The second question related to an association on the continent.
Any sort of? Yes, there is a kind of collaboration among the continent, but the level of commitment is very low. Frankly speaking, the level of commitment is very, very low. And just like the issue of a Malabo Convention, not all that signed ratified it. Discovered that many of those countries that are landlocked, they are not highly committed to it because they feel that they are not directly affected, unlike the coastal countries. So that was why I said it requires a collaboration of the entire continent, the coastal country and the landlocked country. With that, we'll be able to probably be reactive and proactive in terms of addressing the issue of maritime cyber threats.
And the third question related to the book that
No, it's focused mainly on business. We focus mainly on business. When we look at the area of cyber crime, we focus mainly on business. Thank you.
that sounds like it could be another book. Our colleague from SAMSA, over to you, sir. Putting you on the spot, but how exciting as we approach lunch. Yes.
Yeah, with that question, I think it's a combination of areas. But I think the main issue around that is about understanding that there are certain areas that can not only be left. For instance, we're looking about other services so that you can say you can extend because of lack of capabilities and all. But I want to go to your question straight, but because there are other elements that we're still looking at that at this point will not be able to respond fully, but it's a combination of areas.
Okay, we can take one further question from the room. Gentleman in the front, if we could get a microphone, please. If you can just identify yourself and also explain who the question's for. Can we get the mic on?
Good day, everyone. My name is Viwet Eko, and I am Induna of Solve Processing. I'm also a coordinator for the Youth Empowerment Chamber, which is based here in Nelson Mandela Bay. So I would like to ask, is there any way that we could be able to get a skills program that could maybe make a learning skills program for the youth to be able to learn about the cybersecurity so that we can become proactive into the space?
Which of our panelists would like to take that one? I think it's, pass the mic down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So yeah, there are various programs that are available, you know, when you look at MICCTA, but let me just speak from the CSR perspective. We have one program which we call the Cybersecurity Learning Factory, right? So the Learning Factory targets particularly, you know, your learners who have matric or those who have certificates, but they might not necessarily have degrees. And there are various other programs such as the Cyber Excellence Program supported by SAIMI. You know, we've got those kinds, but particularly to be proactive, because in the cybersecurity space, you don't necessarily need somebody to have a full degree for them to start participating. They can participate without that, obviously, and start getting other qualifications, whether it's certifications and so on. And then you have other big organizations such as your mobile network operators that tend to also run some of these programs. So there are various, initiatives that are run even by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, mostly focus on the cyber awareness part, but also at schools, because to build some of these skills, you need to also start at the lower levels, the schools, where you start to teach them and you engage them from there. Because generally speaking, in the cyberspace, there's a lot of shortage of skills, professionals. And when I was checking, I think last year we were sitting at about 6 million shortages of professionals in the field. And I think in Africa alone, it was around about 1 million or so. So it's very, very important for us to generally do some of these skills program, because we'll also be contributing into the industries to solve some of these problems. And the simple reason as well is that the hackers themselves, they don't need to do all of these other formal things. They just go and do it, And nowadays they run like companies without being formal. So we also need to catch up. Yeah, thanks.
Is there anyone else on the panel who'd like to take that? That brings us to the end of our session. Well done to all of our speakers. Thank you so much for the time you invested in preparing and delivering your comments today on this important topic, and to all of you for listening, including those who are in the comfort of their home or office. We have good news. We're now breaking for lunch, and the organizers will let you know, those of you who are coming back for the closing session after lunch, and we do encourage you to do that to honor the closure of this program. The organizers will let you know. But thank you very much, everybody, and it was lovely to engage with you today. Thank you.
What's up, dog? Sunny Grove. Yeah. Let's see the back of it. Yeah, it is. Is he a loud nigga now? Nah. We have to talk to shit. Yeah, he doesn't know how to say this. My word. Who's being so strident? With the moustache and the black funny hair. Sweat was laughing. I started. Council meeting. Yeah, people said to me yesterday, what do you think? I said, he's out. The numbers are against him. Yeah. Unless somebody from the ANC, but you see, they'll be pushing for no secret ballots. Okay. As much as I detest a politician, I think that Retief and Kuster cronies will not take a bad job.
the last local elections, I was agitating as an independent. I wanted to be an independent. Make people think. Both the DA and the ANC approached me to stand in.
Which one are you in?
7. 94% DA vote for my friend John Bess. Previous local elections. I mean, you know, the numbers are completely against.
Yeah.
Completely. You know? I Retief, and I still say to Retief, no one. Unlucky Retief. I've helped you, but sorry. Because it's a guy who's confirming something.
Oh. You are scared. Okay. And food.
So they're still in Murmakamer.
And the thing is going to end up in all that time. Sometimes nights. Those nights. I didn't have mine. I wasn't on the table. peanuts, for your lunch time. Order, order. Protection, protection.
Thanks, Speaker. I want to question it, Speaker. And all of us together, political parties campaign, political alliance, they have got, and you said the ANC cannot continue to destroy this beautiful city. It's Councillor Gqeberha of the ANC elected the only mayor ever, the only mayor who has ever to our mind, the only coalition government that has given us hope for a better future. This one that is currently happening. Councillor Gqeberha has put up the middle finger to us. But I want to tell the residents of Gqeberha that we will not give up. We will continue to fight. But this is not about us. This is not about the young leaders. This is not about the political life. This is about the community. But some of you want to ignore it. Jesus. And end up in the road, that's not the money. Coalition government.
Not sure. Not sure if that will be from the top. No, yeah. I'm going to talk to your father.
Honor having in the presence of our council meeting. Now, Speaker, I'm not going to take much time. And I know the tensions are high, so I'm going to try and just take us on the middle. Speaker, I'm here for my party service. Service. You know, from there, something that's what you know. Haven't seen for realistic. I suggest that you would start to move your movement now, because the longer you wait, the more expensive it becomes. Speaker, I can say, I can say, I just because now, I don't get it, I something to say things.
This kind of racist mentality that keeps all politicians in jobs, because that's what we do. We point out your differences so that you can hate each other and keep us in a job. Ek het vir julle gesê, dis deur die sondes. Oom Stag, he's got a real gangster name. Come on. Just finish. Are you watching on Facebook Live?
Yeah.
Mine died. Videos ended. You'll be available to watch it. Nelson Mandela when we spread these timeline shortly. Old speech. Stop for laughs. The last words I like to say speaking is, you're a fucking thief, and Ellen says you are one. They're going to put it in writing, they're going to write it, they're going to do show of hands. Oh, yes, there's so much. Even the Gqeberha putting their hands in. They're getting a major pushback. They're getting a major pushback. Not only from civil society, but from business. They're going to have to get out there and do something. What they're going to do first is they're going to bitch and they're going to fight. Who gets the money? Whilst they're doing that, their eyes will be off the ball. First time Knox got the call to be the municipal manager from Bombani. She was sitting right next to me. This.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're about to start the last session for the conference. Can we please get everybody in, and can we have all the speakers coming up? Do we have all the speakers in the room? Mr. Ndobek or Pagzela, are you in the room? Please come up. Mr. Lindo Kuhle Ntati. Ms. Nozipo Boy. And Mr. Emmanuel Hango. Please come up so that we can start the session. Okay, I think we're about to start. Greetings, everybody. My name is Unoxolo Ngayo. I come from the Ports Regulator of South Africa. We are in the graveyard shift. Unfortunately, we will be talking about infrastructure and the oceans economy and how we can improve infrastructure to develop the African oceans economy. The aim is to ascertain how we can attract investment in developing Africa's oceans economy. We will look at how we can improve and expand maritime infrastructure, what strategies that need to be deployed, and how we can attract investment. The first few sessions were focused first on policy, the second focused on the human element, looking at the technology advancements, and also we had a session on knowledge development, and then the sessions that we just had was also more of human, looking at on how we can, advancements, looking at training, technology, and renewable energy. This session, to close it off, will be looking at infrastructure and how we can ensure that we develop the South African oceans economy. So without further ado, and also for the sake of time, I'd like us to be very, to go through our presentations because we are behind schedule. So without further ado, I'd like to call up Mr. Gqeberha from the East London IDZ.
I would need to point at some stage, not just flipping. I need assistance with this. Folks, I'm Gqeberha again, as she's indicating. Thanks very much for this session. It was a tricky one to deal with. You'd recall that the ITZ program in the country is a national one. And perhaps at the DTI, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, it would have been more helpful from that global perspective. Along the coast, we have the East London Industrial Development Zone, there's Gqeberha, there is Saldanha, and there's Richards Bay. Perhaps those, as they are located along the coast, they would be relevant to this one. However, this afternoon, I'm going to focus specifically on the East London Industrial Development Zone. And again, specifically in the East London ITZ about marine aquaculture, because that is the interface with the oceans economy that we have. Yes, there are other linkages in logistics terms, advanced manufacturing and the auto sector, but that is indirect. It's a state-owned entity, as I was indicating, and owned specifically, those that are not aware, by the provincial authority, the Department of Economic Development. We are on some 400 hectares of land and some sites, about 150 that have been designated there. The interesting thing about it is that where we are located used to be an informal settlement, completely informal, but stakeholder engagement, interacting with the community, driving a common goal, selling a dream, it was at the time, resulted in us having what we have. The responsibility that we're given, the mandate, which goes commonly across the community, is contribute to regional economic development. So that in our case, we are using, therefore, an industrial estate to kit it up, general security perimeter, municipals, basically working with customs so that we are able to attract foreign direct investment to locate and encourage export orientation. If I was able to point, I was going to indicate that on top of that graphic, where you see the text aerial map of, and it goes, there's a township that you would observe slightly to the left and even more, sorry, slightly to the right and even more to the right. That is the formal infrastructure, and where we had decided together with the community, that is where they would be relocated, resulting therefore in the development that we have. We have about 6 zones on the West Bank, only 3 kilometers from the airport and 6 kilometers to the port. A multimodal, therefore, logistics environment. Like any industrial development zone, there are basics. What is critical is supply of industrial grade electricity. However, lately, we have become very challenged, as you would be aware, load shedding. And it has become paramount of us, if to ensure business continuity, that we have a mix so that during load shedding, we bridge that over with renewable energy sources. That is a combination of solar panels, diesel generators, as well as batteries. That is operating at an estate level. As an incentive that is provided to these special economic zones nationally, there are opportunities to these entrepreneurs, especially if they are export orientated, to benefit from a discounted corporate tax from 28 to 15. Free import duty if on equipment that one would be importing. VAT is also written down. There is a leverage to differentiate that offering if some is to be sold in the country, so that there is some consideration in as far as that import duty is concerned as well. However, each of the enterprises that are export orientated and would like to benefit from this scheme, they must specifically be designated by the customs authorities as a customs controlled area enterprise. Specifically with aquaculture, which I'm moving off from the generic elements, specifically with aquaculture, we had, as at the East London ITZ, conceptualized a need for what is now called the Aquaculture Enhancement and Development Program. It's a specifically tailor-made incentive by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. That was way back in 2011. And we were surprised pleasantly that in about 2012, it became currency and applicable throughout the country. They are benefiting the entrepreneurs, the successful applicants, to the extent of 50% in the rebate, but that is kept at 20 million rands, which is a rebate upon one planting the factors of production, and therefore as pre-agreed, they can claim back. If one goes to the DTI's website, maybe you say aquaculture incentive, you should be able to retrieve the relevant information and guidelines then. In the red grid that you see are the sites that are designated for aquaculture. The elements I would like to point out on this one is the infrastructure that we have laid out. We had been approached by industry requesting us as a state-owned entity to plant infrastructure that would be beneficial for them to conduct recirculating aquaculture systems of the marine type. On the coastline, as we were taking advantage of our proximity there, we planted a pump house. It's right at the bottom, those two yellow pegs, the one that is on the right, that is where the pump house is. And on the top left, the leftmost, that is a set of reservoirs, 16 megaliters of seawater that is filtered down to 100 microns of that water. 40 meters above sea level, and therefore to all those sites, each site at the opening of a valve is able to receive gravity-fed seawater. The environmental authorization is demanding that that water should be the integrity similar to how it was received or even better. Hence the idea of a recirculating aquaculture system. That has its challenges. Now, each of those sites, after it has utilized and processed that water, along the path that you would see at the lower boundary, the seaward boundary of that red grid, there are pipes there to collect effluent from each of those sites, and it goes to the ocean. We have a value proposition we believe makes the East London ITZ in particular attractive. And I suppose Gqeberha, my colleagues, can have quite a bit to say as well in as far as their value proposition. Indigenous species is our focus. Abalone in particular, as 70% of the value of aquaculture in South Africa is accounted for by that species. So it becomes important. However, the catch there is that it requires flow-through system, not recirculation. Otherwise, acidity and erosion of the shell so that it is unable to develop robustly. We have therefore gone to the authorities. We were looking for interest there because this is a beast that grows quite slowly. And we were therefore waiting for people that would be interested in this before we can invest as such in that adjustment. Seriola laranja is another species, yellow-tailed kingfish, dusky corp is another one. The sites, generally 11 years as I indicated, but 32 hectares all in all. And the environmental authority says we cannot produce more than 10,000 tons per annum. Otherwise, if we are so efficient, we should go back and they would give consideration. 185 liters per second is the capacity with which that pump house is performing. We also have a seawater quality monitoring program through our environmental unit, as well as a biosecurity framework, so that we can assure the clients of the integrity of the beast that is being farmed there. It has not been easy. We have had a lot of failures. This infrastructure I'm indicating here was planted about 10 years ago. We have had about 7 investors coming through that infrastructure. And 6 of them have failed and left for various reasons. I'll highlight some of these. It's premature commercialization. At the time, they were asking us to plant the infrastructure suitable for recirculating aquaculture systems. That technology had not been demonstrated as commercially dependable in South Africa, but it was there. So it was a Purumaka plan kind of an approach. That's not the best way to run a business, as it were. You improve as you go, at least to a limited extent. Even if one can foresee the impending failure, there are boundaries between us, the entity, and the businesses themselves, so that we can only advise, but we cannot take it upon themselves to evade whatever difficulty we may have foreseen. So that inevitably, the commercial instruments that may have been extended, they are fatigued and liquidation becomes a reality. The the value I had indicated, the potential, had things worked properly in as far as technology, had dependability been demonstrated. 2.2 billion rands, just less than 1,500 job opportunities out of the 32 hectares or 11 sites that we have. That opportunity is still there. Sorry. We therefore stepped in thinking, here we are, we can foresee they going under. Here we are understanding what is it that can be done. Perhaps maybe we can do more. We think the technology they are using is suboptimal. What if we work with those that have advanced and are ahead of us in the international environment to transfer this technology? We went to Denmark, we went to Norway, we went to China, we went to Chile and various other places. We seem to be talking something sensitive with Denmark. And we were thinking, let's focus on a sub-commercial scale of infrastructure. We had mastered the idea of breeding the fish, so that was not the problem. The critical problem was on how to clean the water so that it's acceptable to the fish, how to scale the volume of water that is there so that the enterprise becomes commercial. And we were proposing, therefore, to focus on the necessary aspect of it. It seemed as though outgrowing the fish to have a size is something that we can take for granted. We were therefore proposing 200 tons at that time and a raceway type facility. On the blue roof, the small rectangle that is on the right corner there at the bottom, that is where feed would be and other janitary services in the facility. But the rectangles immediately next to that small blue rectangle is where the water would be purified. And the rest is where the fish would be. That is a 200-ton facility. We're thinking, do this for 18 to 24 months. And if it works, then you can scale it up so that it becomes commercial. It could be scaled up to 1,000 tons per annum. And therefore, if one were to invest in that phase, the sub-commercial phase, and if it succeeds in 24 months, it could run as a commercial facility and also serve as an incubator, by the way, so that there is a multiplier effect in the uptake of that technology. At the time, the numbers were thinking just about 260 million rands could be planted in a 1,000-ton facility for finfish. And if one were to plant a sub-commercial unit of about 200 tons, it would be about 33 million rands. We could not plant that. The resource allocator, we heard my colleagues in the foregoing presentations, it's not the scarcity regarding money, but how we treat available money. We have different choices. Our principals have different choices on how to allocate what they believe is a priority and perhaps learning best on hindsight rather than foresight. And therefore, we find ourselves in a situation where a technology is there, but we cannot go ahead without the necessary patrons supporting us. We have had, though, and gone ahead to recruit whilst we were juggling to locate funding with this. An interesting case of an entrepreneur that thought, we will do it anyway. Kingfish Enterprises. If you Google it, you will pick it up. There are videos there, you will see yellowtail kingfish and dusky corp is what they do. They came in and they had spent 50 million rands over 10 years, a company that had been liquidated before, but lessons being lessons and they be transferable into the future. They took that and incorporated in what is currently in existence. Therefore, planting in about 2019 an additional 30 million rands. And I'm glad to indicate that by now they are able to harvest specimens of respectable size. Yellowtail kingfish grows quite fast. 2.5 kilograms per unit on average can be achieved in 12 months compared to dusky cob that can be delivered a kilogram in about a similar period of time. They are planning, if things go well, by the end of this year to be harvesting at a rate of about 20 tons per month. The profitability, as we treat them as a pilot currently, is thought in that unit will be achieved again by the end of this month. Conservatively, we think there would be a case to expand beyond the pilot stage they are at in about 2025. There's something beautiful about this one, because if they manage to achieve that, and so far all indications are good, there is a potential for the adjacent sites to be expanded into, not just by themselves, but various other industries. That is a picture of where they are at the bottom there. The structure on the left-hand side is the hatchery, and the grow-out facility is agriculture type tunnels. As I was indicating, the context is an industrial zone, which does present them with problems with regards to zoning, but that's life. You can see some of the infrastructure I was referring to earlier on. Inside, that is how they are looking, and the cement structure that you see on the left-hand side is the water treatment works, as it were. And in the tanks, that is where the fish is at. Some of the samples ready, harvest and dispatch fresh to Cape Town. That is yellowtail kingfish, again, fresh, about to be dispatched. If you go to Woolworths, if you have seen this picture, it is coming from the East London ITZ. That is yellowtail kingfish, and that is dusky cob. They have also hit another important milestone, the Pacific oyster. They are able to spawn it now compared to imports, which is the dependence of the current industry. So that very soon, the Pacific oyster will be produced at the East London ITZ. In the West Coast, I'm made to understand in Paternoster, there is also an activity of a similar nature that is taking place. It was being graded here for piloting in the Kaiskama River in Hamburg. And these are the nets they are using to pilot that. And things are looking good so far. We were thinking if to leverage, because it seems the market is soft for finfish, well as it might be, the progress that I've indicated. It seems, as I was indicating, dependence or a show of abalone contributing or accounting for 70% of all aquaculture value in South Africa. We should look into it. And the critical piece of infrastructure, various partners, is a hatchery. And that would assist in land-based activity as well as ranching. Around Cape Recife here, that is an opportunity where ranching can be conducted. The lessons, therefore, that we have picked up so far is that technology can be transferred and adapted, but it must be performance demonstrated at first. Let's not declare commercialization if we are not sure of the dependability. Incubation is important so that one can demonstrate their competence. 3 years, perhaps, is reasonable, and then one can emerge. Don't encumber with financial instruments, loans, loan terms, if one is not dependable. Rather, patient equity as such. You can convert that. It can always be engineered in the future. Public-private partnerships will be essential here. And so far, it has been the private sector in as far as the equipment level. But infrastructure-wise, yes, the government or the public sector have come to the party. Patience, colleagues, I cannot overemphasize it. More and more of it is what would ensure success in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gqeberha, for that presentation. And you've highlighted the fact and what why it's important to have public and private partnerships to ensure growth and development, and in acquiring that infrastructure to build the ocean's economy. And more importantly, the lessons that have been learned in developing aquaculture. It has been the new buzzword, but the essence that goes into it and the infrastructure and capex that is needed to actually put this infrastructure is very important. Like you said, it's important to look at the financing and the problem areas before you go into investment. So thank you so much for that presentation. Our next presentation will come from Mr. Lindekuhle Ntati from the Gqeberha IDZ. We're looking forward to see how the IDZ is actually complementing with the ports in Nelson Mandela Bay. As you know, Nelson Mandela Bay has two commercial ports. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to summarize my intended presentation. I venture to guess nothing's more dangerous than keeping people from the weekend, so I will try and be brief about it. The brief was to look at how SEZs and ports or the port system can collaborate much better. So looking at how ports of the future could enable all of this. And I think Mr. Gqeberha did a good job of just explaining how the SEZ system works in their case, which is pretty similar to how it would work for us at Gqeberha. So I'll quickly go through the highlights. We are also state-owned. I think key to mention from this slide is how our 20 years plus of experience in developing and managing the Gqeberha SEZ has allowed us to leverage that experience to help government deliver on critical projects. So you would have heard about Gqeberha-led projects like the Cecilia Mikawana Hospital, or seen our offices all across the country in Cape Town, Pretoria and Durban, where we are assisting government. We are fully government-owned, funded from an infrastructure perspective or CAPEX perspective by the DTIC, and provincially from an OPEX perspective by the Department of Economic Development. These are just some of the sectors we focus on, dealing with a site that's considerably larger than that of the Island and SEZ, 9,000 hectares. We are quite diverse in terms of the sectors that we tend to focus on. These are just some of the clients we have on site, 56 operational investors at last count, continues to grow. Some fast facts for you to read through at a later stage. I think going to the meat of the presentation, a snapshot, I think a minor reminder for most of us. We know the economic situation and where we stand in the country, but it always goes to remind ourselves when we are in these type of forums, what exactly we wake up and do and go into when we go to work. So as a socio-economic development champion in the Eastern Cape, as well as the broader South Africa, this is what keeps us up at night. Being the second largest economy in the continent, but also grappling with some structural, huge structural challenges in terms of our economy. The kind of shape of our economy is driven by the agricultural sector, manufacturing, and transport. I think mining is missing, or commodity, of course, prices are quite important. But maybe something to highlight around that is how critical the port system becomes when you start looking at the economy in this type of context. Obviously, unemployment is crippling. I think that's the most apt adjective to use. But I highlighted in the structural challenges, three such challenges where SEZs and the port system are directly affecting a change or an improvement, or could affect the economy. Bringing it closer to home in terms of the SEZ's key challenges that we are dealing with on a day-to-day, that collaboration between ourselves and the port system could actually create some relief. When as SEZs, we always, or rather we compete in a global context, much like our port system. So it's not a competition between ourselves and the next SEZ, in the case of East London or Saldanha or Richards Bay. It's South Africa Incorporated competing against the global context. The attractiveness of our incentives, ability to source funding. Mr. Gqeberha touched on the sensitivities around funding for his particular context. Also the requirement for multi-year commitments to develop projects. He's mentioned how, patient capital and patient kind of rental or lease terms are required in this space. That is across the board, if you will. From time to time, we'll meet someone from some part of the world who understands special economic zones to be something different, where they'll ask, don't you supply your own power and electricity? So our context is a bit different. So again, we have to then educate them on how we then operate within our space. But that's another challenge that we then need to, I think key to this presentation is the last one regarding how the global supply chains and value chains are shifting beneath our feet at this current moment with the COVID, as well as the Ukraine-Russia situation. Some of the opportunities, to just present a little bit of a balance that are there with more collaboration or work between ourselves and the port system, or SEZs in general and the port system. Looking at the energy sector, there's some opportunities there to really deliver on game changer projects in our situation. Kind of meeting the challenge of the fourth industrial revolution head on. Again, global supply chains, as I mentioned before, which are kind of as a direct, if you will, result or were accelerated by COVID-19, as well as the Ukraine war experience. I think that last bullet point there highlights the work we've done, both on a department level in terms of government, but conversations that have started and have led to some short-term wins between ourselves and the Port of Ngqeberha, for instance, in terms of becoming an implementing agent for one of their projects, which is the manganese relocation. So opportunities, yeah. I'll skip through most of this. This is to, as the kind of the prelim says, kind of creating a case or building a case for ports of the future. And then also being mindful of time. Oh, wrong way, excuse me. I'll just to the slide. I think, again, global context in mind, providing a value proposition for South Africa Incorporated prior to providing a value proposition for one kind of particular geographic location within that country. I think the issue around zero or decarbonization of the shipping industry presents an opportunity. Being a back of port, I think in the particular context of Gqeberha, being a back of port support or back of port body of land right behind the Port of Gqeberha, there's a lot of opportunities that could be leveraged between the two entities. And I think for a couple of our SEZs, that's a similar concept. I mentioned the e-commerce logistics with the growth of e-commerce, cold chain logistics with our foray, or rather history with agricultural exports, but now through efforts of the DTIC, moving up the value chain, or rather down the value chain to processing those goods, we need that facility. But I think all of that can be collapsed into the integration and upgrading of global value chains, GVCs. I think for us as an SEZ, much of our job is to look into the future and see what is around the corner. How can we position ourselves better? I think a few years back, maybe not even a few years back, 3 years back, no one was thinking around semiconductor or chip manufacturing, but now that question is up in the air. And the question is, how do we position ourselves better for that? Because that seemed to be a captured opportunity in the East. So all of this now, kind of in a closer relationship between the ports and the SEZ, could put South Africa in a better position. So central to all of this is a concept called port community systems, which touches on a lot of the topics that have been covered maybe in the past 2 days. I know for sure today we're talking about innovation, cybersecurity. These are all systems in the port system itself, within the subsystems, if you will, that could benefit from this strategic initiative or strategic intent of creating a port community system where I'll just skip ahead. Countries that have moved ahead in terms of that, or ports specifically that have moved ahead in terms of that, like the Port of Rotterdam and Port of Singapore, in creating efficiencies through digitization and automation in some instances. I mean, if you Google anything about to do with data or information systems or IT, you will know that AI is kind of the buzz lately. So all of that is going to affect how we do business, much like the pandemic did, much like the world is changing with the Russia-Ukraine war. Now there's this other buzzword. There's an app being produced every day through that platform. So port systems as well as SEZ integrating much better, much deeper to create a value proposition of value for investors using those systems. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, decarbonization is not going anywhere. I think in the energy space, we're talking about renewables. So the earlier we move, the better. I think so. There's opportunities there. So as a way forward, it's so bad. Okay, so at least you can see it there. As a way forward, I think I found this quote from one of these reports that Deloitte does, that trade routes, competitive positions, ecosystems, distribution, cargo distribution are all going to change as we know them today. This is what in the next decade, or we're already in the middle of it to 2020, all of this is in flux as we know it. This is all opportunities that are created as we observe the global environment. And SEZ's ability and agility in changing their own natures in order to meet the global demands do provide an advantage or an opportunity for the port system to also change with the times. So the more integration, the more collaboration between the two entities or two entities, I think the better we are for the future. I believe that's my, okay. I didn't realize I had a conclusion. I think I've pretty much concluded it in that previous slide. I think with the opportunities that lie ahead for ports of the future, the special economic zones, the Department of Trade, Industry and Cooperation, the Department of International Relations, all of these are levers that we can pull in order to reposition the South African economy for the better. In fact, this is the best way to leverage the already existing advantage of just our geographical location, being located next to the busiest freeways, if you will, in the maritime context, that we are letting that value go past. I believe that is the last slide. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Over the past sessions, the common message that has been coming in is that how the different institutions are operating in silos. It is good to hear and how the port and the SEZ are complementing each other. Our next speaker is Ms. Nozipho Boy from the Transnet National Ports Authority. In the 2022-2023 financial year, the ports regulator has given the Transnet National Ports Authority 100 million to expand in the Gqeberha port And in the Eastern Cape region in itself, they received 624 million, and that going into sustaining the business and also building infrastructure. And today's conversation is very imperative. It comes after the Port Development Framework plans. So excited to hear your presentation, Ms. Nozipoboy, and seeing how we can build infrastructure to build the ocean's economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in terms of my presentation, I will aim to shorten it a bit, just like what Ulindo did. I think those are the joys of being within the grave session there. Okay, I'm glad that the IDZs have actually spoken before me. So they've made my job quite easy in terms of presenting the ports. So in terms of Transnet National Ports Authority, TNPA, for those that might not be from the country, would not know, TNPA is the landlord port authority within South Africa. So we form part of the operating divisions that are operated by the mother body, and that is Transnet. In terms of the company at large, about 2 years ago, we went through a process of realigning our strategy to the industry cry. So we have had different sessions with both our stakeholders, our customers, and also interested parties in terms of how our operations were going. And we took into account what has been said during those sessions, and we now have the TNPA reimagined. So in terms of what we'd like to see as a desired end state for TNPA, would like to see a TNPA that is financially sustainable, would like to see a TNPA that is operating with the highest technology that is available, and that speaks to smart port system in order for us to have a workforce that is also encouraged in terms of working with the latest technology that we have, and would like to have a seamless value chain that is strategically positioned to unlock economic growth. And that also speaks to the other key developmental nodes that we operate with, not only the special economic zones, but we also have the industrial areas that are located within the cities that the ports are actually operating on also. So that also speaks to that. And in terms of the pillars that we like to focus on, in terms of finance, we want to have, want to be financially sustainable and be a least cost port system. And that speaks to cost optimization, financial sustainability, as well as you'd see for some of the mega projects that we have had, we are aiming to have private-public partnerships that will actually ensure that we get the funding in, as well as also get the technology in and the know-how in from the companies that have done it from the past. We also want to operate environmentally sustainable ports, as we know that environmental sustainability is one of the key pillars in terms of ports. So we have designated some of our ports as green port operations, and also you would see in terms of the projects that we're currently doing within the renewable energy space and the water space, also how we are aiming to do that. We are a landlord of authority. Operational excellence, I think we were ranked part of the bottom ports in the year 2020, and we are actually trying to improve that particular picture. In terms of the provision of port infrastructure, that is what Nokolo was actually alluding to in terms of the money that we are given, in terms of spending on our CapEx, that is also improving the infrastructure that is supposed to support other sectors. I think there's been a lot of research that has been done in terms of the determinants of attraction of foreign direct investments, and it all points out to the availability of world-class infrastructure specifically. So would like to have that in order to strengthen the value proposition of special economic zones and other key development zones that we have within the cities. Would like to have smart ports. I've already spoken about that. And also people-centric, would like to, as we're moving towards this smart port system, would like to move with people. So we need to upskill the people that we currently have and also introduce those particular new skills. I think I've already spoken to this particular slide. When it comes to infrastructure, our role is the provision of infrastructure like your key walls. So we need to make sure that these key walls that we have are able to accommodate the vessel sizes that are new within the market, because we want to be a port that is widely competitive in terms of the provision of infrastructure that we have. And we also need to support in terms of the berth infrastructure also that needs to ensure that we have sufficient draft and also sufficient length. And that will also be covered under our dredging services in terms of them ensuring that our drafts are well kept. Linda Kutle spoke of the back of ports areas that the ports are also providing. And sometimes those back of ports areas are located within special economic zones, and that speaks to the cargo staking areas. In terms of operational efficiencies, would like to have on-time berthing, because we understand the cost of doing business in terms of the delays that are mainly borne by the efficiencies of the port. Would like to have on-time turnaround time, and would like to have online selling time also. And these were some of the cries also that we had from industry and also from customers. And these are some of those that made us to be uncompetitive in the past. So would like to raise the bar when it comes to this. In terms of the primary objectives, I think I've already covered that. I won't really dwell much on it. And in terms of the regulatory requirements, we operate under the National Ports Act 12 of 2005. And under the Act, we are mandated as the authority to provide infrastructure in terms of port operations. We are also mandated to provide services such as your utilities. And we are also mandated by the Act to follow processes that are free, fair, transparent, and equitable when we grant rights to operate port infrastructure thereof. The next presentation would speak to the commodities that we currently have within the port limits thereof. Okay, all right. In terms of the commodities that we have, we handle bulk ores. We also handle liquid bulk. We also handle general cargo, automotives. And this just speaks to the segments that we have for the financial year that just ended, that is the 2022-2023 financial year. And then you would see there that in terms of what we have in terms of infrastructure. So this particular slide is meant to determine at which point us as the Port Authority are supposed to trigger in terms of making provision for new infrastructure. So you'd see if we are operating from 0% to 60%, that means that we are operating below the trigger point. So we don't need to make any provision for more infrastructure in terms of that particular commodity or that particular segment. So if you're operating from 61 to 79%, we are sort of like in between. But once we reach the 17s, then we are cautioned. We are already supposed to be making those plans within the short to medium term. And if you are now on from 80% to 100%, that means that we are already supposed to be making plans in terms of our CapEx spend. So what I meant to demonstrate with this particular slide also speaks back to the availability of infrastructure that Nokolo had spoken to, and also my colleagues from the SSZ has already spoken to. So we know the sectors that we're currently operating within, and we know the market that we're currently operating within. So from the SSZ side, they normally bring investors to us. So we make our calculations also based on the future in terms of what we're going to be handling. So if you know that a sector is going to have a high demand, that would then trigger the changes that we have within our port development framework plans that we call our PDFPs. So that will ensure that we have adequate infrastructure that is aligned to the market demand thereof. And in terms of this particular slide, when you look at manganese, we're supposed to have moved manganese from the different ports, specifically the port of Saldanha to the port of Mocha some time ago, but we have had some internal challenges doing that. And you'd look at the percentage there is 377. That means that we are supposed to be having that particular terminal up and running already, but we have made plans within our other ports in terms of the multi-channel approach, whereby we are handling manganese within the other ports. But in terms of the project itself, we are forging through in terms of providing that particular infrastructure. In terms of iron ore also, we're only handling iron ore through the port of Saldanha, and it's at 94%. That means that we're supposed to increase that infrastructure, and we're looking at increasing that particular infrastructure. And when you look at the gas, and that mostly speak to LPG, we're already at 175%. And that then speaks to the plans that we have for the Port of East London in terms of advertising, their RFPs, and also in terms of the move or the relocation there of the PE tank farm to the Port of Mocha. Okay, this just demonstrates in terms of the significance of the different segments to the entire port system, and also what the regions are mainly focusing on. What I forgot to mention when I started is that we have moved from having ports that are operating only under the head office. We also have ports that are now operating under a regional structure. And that was mainly meant to take decision-making to the people so that you don't always need to contact head office for decisions. So we have 3 regions, and we are currently in the central region, and the central region is made up of the Port of Mocha, Port of East London, as well as the Port of PE. And out of these ports, the Port of Durban is handling most of our container cargo at 61%. As you would note that you have also might have seen that we're looking at having a PSP, that's a private partner for containers for the Port of Mocha. And we are aiming that that PSP would change the picture for the Port of Mocha in terms of improving operational efficiencies, in terms of also having technology that deals with the adverse weather that has negatively impacted the port's ability to actually attract investments. So we're hoping that once that process is done, we'll then be able to change this particular picture as well. Coal is mostly handled within the Eastern region ports, and that is the Port of Richards Bay. The support that all the sectors actually has, most of the bulk commodities are also stored outside port limits, and most of them are stored within SSZs also, and as there is space within those particular SSZs, as we call them back of ports areas. Some of these SSZs also have liquid bulk storage facilities that you actually have a back of ports liquid bulk storage facility connecting to pipelines in terms of the transportation thereof through the berth and the pipeline of the commodity. So those are the kind of collaborations or working relationships that we have within the particular SSZs as well. Some of them do have storage facilities that looks at your agricultural commodities that are then now transported through our ports. I won't speak on this one. So these are some of the mega game-changing projects within Transnet. And most of these projects, all of them actually looks at improving infrastructure in order for us to service projects within ports and also servicing projects that are outside ports. I'll take, for example, within the ports of Richards Bay, we need to have an LNG berth. You would see in terms of what our utilities projects are looking at, and this is one of those. We have approached the market in terms of this project, so we will be aiming to close that particular appointment very soon. And one of those also that speaks to the previous slide is the additional capacity for MPT, specifically speaking to the chrome commodity that is mainly handled at the Port of Richards Bay. So we need to improve in terms of this particular facility, in terms of the berths that are planned, berth 802 and berth 803. For the Port of Durban, the container hub, we need to work on that in terms of the container hub. We need to widen the entrance channel for that port and also deepen that particular entrance channel. In terms of the automotive terminal there, we want to expand that particular automotive terminal. Most of our automotives are being handled through the Port of Durban, and I'm sure you've seen in terms of the congestions that are taking place at that particular port. For the Port of East London, we're aiming to deepen the NBERth and also increase the automotive terminal capacity. And when we improve this automotive terminal capacity, Lido Kuhle spoke of the Nelson Mandela Bay Logistics Park. That is mainly for the parts for your particular automotives. They get transported through our container terminals to these particular companies. So it speaks to the synergies between SZs also and ports thereof. In terms of the Port of Ngqeberha, I've already spoken to liquid bulk terminal and also having a liquid bulk berth. At the Gqeberha SZ, they have plans of having a tank farm within the Gqeberha SZ, and they will be looking in terms of the availability of infrastructure thereof for handling those particular commodities. The Ngqeberha Manganese terminal, I've spoken of this. We have a new timeline that speaks to the year 2028 in terms of operationalizing that. The storage facility is within the Gqeberha SZ, and also that speaks to the back of port storage facility for this particular project. In terms of the port of Port Elizabeth, there are two commodities that we need to relocate to the Port of Ngqeberha in order for us to make way for the expansion of the automotive terminal, as well as also the development of a waterfront at the Port of Port Elizabeth. I think I will speak on the Port of Saldanha, the expansion in terms of the MPT berth, as well as also the expansion in terms of the handling capacity for iron ore that we're currently looking at. Okay, I'm already being told about time, so maybe let me just go straight to the utilities projects. I think these I have covered in other slides. So in terms of utilities, I think the speakers that were speaking before me spoke of the problem that we have in terms of your load shedding and also in terms of drought. And in terms of load shedding, that means that the costs is always transferred to the end user if you don't have mitigating measures thereof. So these are some of the projects that we have. For the Port of Ngqeberha, we are planning to have a self-generating facility that looks at solar and wind, that is 9 megawatts thereof. For the Port of PE, we are also planning the same. And for the Port of East London, we are planning solar and battery energy thereof. And in terms of the water projects that we have to mitigate against the drought, I think PE has been hit with the drought. We have plans for the Port of Ngqeberha, Port of PE, as well as Port of East London. So I think that will just ensure in terms of our working relationship with other key developmental nodes that they remain as competitive as they are, And also it means that their value proposition will remain to be strong if we make sure that we sort out our house or put our house in order in terms of the availability of water and electricity. And also just to note, in terms of section 11(1)(e) of the National Ports Act, we are actually mandated to provide these particular services. And then oil and gas initiatives, I've already spoken to that. I'm sure you've seen there's been Section 79 directive that has been granted within the authority, the long-term one being the strategic fuel fund. We are currently engaged in negotiations with the company in terms of the terminal operator agreement thereof. These projects, most of them, I think all of them, I've already spoken about these projects, except for one, the HF4 site. We have advertised in terms of the RFP that is closing on the 20th of June, and we're aiming to appoint a terminal operator for general cargo, and general cargo is usually the commodity of choice for investors that are located within, outside the port limits. Thank you. I think that will be the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Boyd, for that impressive presentation on the projects TNPA is doing to increase the growth in the country. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Emmanuel Hango from Namport from us. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. As introduced, my name is Emmanuel Hango. I'm from the Namibian Port Authority. I'm from Port Engineering and Aid to Navigation Department. I won't bore you, so my presentation will be very, very brief. I know it's a Friday afternoon. So our table of content I'll go through on the just our port and our market hinterland. Then I take you through to our port of Walvis Bay and Luderitz. Then touch a little bit on the port of Angra and Gqeberha, which are new ports that we are planning to develop for mostly green hydrogen, and then focus on the green hydrogen. So, see, Namibia is about over 800,000 square kilometers with a population of 2.5 million. So it's a sparsely populated country. And this slide is the most, I think, will be the most interesting one that I'll spend more time on it. We have two commercial ports, Port of Walvis Bay and Port of Luderitz. And what we handle in our ports, only 20% volume that we handle is for Namibia. The rest is for the hinterland countries like Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe. I remember last night, Dr. Mugabe was saying the hinterland countries are also very important stakeholders in this maritime discussions. As you can see, yes, we really serve all those customers. And our port model is a hybrid operation model. That means we are landlord. Also, we do some of the operations like container handling. So the port of Walvis Bay is about 1.5 hectares, and we divide it into three sections. We have South Port, which is the old port, the North Port, which is a new port that we recently developed, and the fishing harbor, which are mostly safe. The pilots, they are exempted, so there's no pilotage from Namport. And the current land capacity is enough for the next 30 to 50 years in the North Port. And the Port of Luderitz comprises of 25 hectares in the current port, but that port is also boxing town. So we actually planning now to develop a new port at Angra Freya. Yeah, so that's just a layout of Port of Walvis Bay. It's a natural harbor port. You can see there's a 30-kilometer breakwater. So in Walvis Bay, there was no need to construct a breakwater. And usually breakwater is one of your biggest costs in construction, your capital cost. Yeah, just that's a layout of the three ports. The south port, you can see on the screen that is the south port, and then you have the fishing harbor, and then the north port. Yeah, so the current container capacity we have is about 750,000 TEU. That was commissioned 2019, but currently we're only moving about 350 TEU per annum throughput capacity. And we handle also other commodities like dry bulk, liquid bulk, break bulk, and we have ship and rig repair facilities. Some the operation is under NAMPOT and under others is under private operators. And we also currently have a lot of oil exploration. So we also do the offshore supply, and we also have saved private operators for passenger vessels that come, especially during the winter time, as well as the waterfront. And marina also is part of the waterfront marina development. So that's just a layout of the south port. As I say, you can see there's a new container terminal there, which is already in existence, and then the passenger liner jetty and the waterfront development that is coming up. Okay, let me just quickly run. Yeah, one thing the new container terminal that was commissioned 2019 would be concessioned, and the private operator will take over in September this year. And the reason for concession was to trying to capture the transshipment volumes. Yeah. And the port of Luderitz, that's the current port of Luderitz. As I said, it's a bit shallow. It's only 8.15 chart datum. And we actually want to develop it for the green hydrogen, and the HYPHIN has already been appointed to develop the green hydrogen in the port of Luderitz, south of the country. Yeah, basically that's it. Thank you.
I won't go into. I'd like for us to. Okay, so that was the last presentation of the day. Thank you so much to the speakers for today, and I apologize for rushing you. And maybe this is an opportunity to actually bring this discussion up again and to look at how these ports and SEZs complement each other. This is a conversation that needs to be taken forward to look at what investment can be brought into Africa and what is the role of the intra-Africa trade, the trade route, and how we can come together to build the maritime capacity. Thank you so much to our speakers, and I'll hand over to the CEO without going further. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the conference was to foster partnerships and have collaborative agendas. So if you're not happy, I'll stand outside for 5 minutes and you can complain. Our view is that there's a lot that is happening within the sector itself. Parts of it is us having the desire to pull most parties together, one as a country, two as a continent. Because, you know, we have seen with the conflict in Sudan and South Sudan, people asking, why do you send the army there? So when the continent is not developing, you know, as a cohesive force and centers, you know, are springing everywhere, you're likely to have migration towards those points. So that's your reality. So it is important. And I've seen, you know, in the UK, calling people boat people. But I'm saying, but it's the structure of your economic system. It draws people towards you. So unless you develop from those particular sets of areas, you're going to have these particular sets of challenges. So thank you very much for gracing the first Pan-African conference hosted by SAIMI around the 5 thematic areas. Please give yourselves a round of applause. So from us, we at SAIMI, and I have 2 board members. When I present the report, they may say I'm not talking, not saying the truth. There's Mr. Stradom, there's Ms. Shamra Daniels at the back. They sometimes deny that they are my bosses, but they are. So we try and set SAIMI apart by making sure that whatever it is that we would have had conversations about in a conference, we execute such. So some of the things that we have done are a direct consequence of previous conferences. 2019, we were in KZN, but it was focused on the country. This one is the first Pan-African one. So we committed as part of the way forward to ensure that when you get the report of the conference, as well as a statement of intent and an implementation plan that says, from this thematic area, these are the actions that we're going to take. So there's our level of commitment. So thank you very much from the SAIMI board and SAIMI management. We appreciate the time that you have taken to spend with us. So as a concluding note, there are 2 winners. So if you are here, you will get your book. If you are not here, the absence of the deceased, you will not get anything, obviously. So we'll start with Mr. Lamlela Lize from ECDC. It goes back into the draw. Mr. Nwabisa Kota. So, fellow delegates to the conference, we've come to the conclusion of the conference. Thank you very much for your attendance. We really trust that for yourself, you've built a network in the country as well as in the continent. We'll be standing outside for 5 minutes for that session, but otherwise safe travels back home, especially the ones out of PE. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.